All right, it is time for the Autocross event to get started. We're slightly, I wouldn't quite say behind schedule, it's 3:07, but the first car has made its way to the starting line, and it is car 267 from Osnabrück. We have seen them this morning as well on acceleration. And they will be the first car to show us around on the beautiful autocross track that we have built here at FSG.
Yes, and arguably, Matthias, this is one of the most spectacular events of the Formula Student competition. It's the autocross. It's a very demanding, twisty, turning, small track with a lot of cones that you can hit. So you have to navigate within those cones. And you get only 2 tries per driver, 2 drivers per team, and only 2 laps. So there's no practice. As most of you could have seen, the teams were allowed to do a track walk, to memorize all the turns, to look at the off-bank sections of the track. Yeah, it should be very, very spectacular, very interesting. Although I do expect a lot of teams to wait a little bit to see how the track will develop. So as far as we can tell, we only have 1 car ready to go and another one in the queue. So I guess people are still taking a siesta or something like that.
Yeah, and I'm very much looking forward to this Autocross. This is typically the event with the most chaos and drama. Drivers really giving it everything to squeeze out every tenth of a second, which often results in hitting a few cones and so on. The difference here with acceleration and skid pad is indeed that we have 2 drivers with 2 runs, so 4 runs in total. That gives the team a little bit more flexibility to actually get an early run in and then wait it out. This may be a little bit more in contrast with skid pad or acceleration, where it could be beneficial to have them right after each other, and then you only have one shot at it, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. And this is one of the times that track evolution is a thing, right? Because it's in the infield and it's quite dusty. There we have Osnabrück coming out on track, already passing the Cone Killer chicane, and you can actually see the dust being thrown up by the tires of Osnabrück. So yes, this car will definitely show some evolution during the day, even though might be later on that the temperatures will go down just a little bit. It's probably the hottest moment of the day right now, 37 degrees in the shade. So yeah, the tire temperatures won't be a thing.
Yeah, and the driver from Osnabrück is actually doing a pretty good job at just keeping it clean. We saw last year a lot of drivers making mistakes in the first corner, but no drama there for the Osnabrück team. I did see some marshals running around, so might have hit the cone in the pendulum section. And yeah, wow, you can really see the dust being picked up by the aerodynamics of the Osnabrück car. This driver is either Luca or Toby. They did not mention which one was going to go first. So first we have this driver doing probably 2 runs, and then a bit later they can put in their next driver and do another 2 runs. So plenty of opportunity to squeeze every bit of time out of the car. We're into one of the last corners called Slingshot, my personal favorite. And then a hard braking zone at the very end, which a lot of drivers make mistakes, but not this one. And that's our first clean run of the day. And it's a 89.7. I think that's a pretty decent lap time for a first car on the track. And the second attempt for the car from IRT Electric from Osnabrück on its way, so they opted to go for a second run immediately, which makes sense, as then your tires are warm, your driver is focused and in the mood. Let's see how much he or she can improve. We do have some information about the sector times, which we will also try to share with you. The driver already improved more than a second on the sector time. Let's see if he can carry that on for the entire lap. Now making its way through the infield, and something I'll be watching is which side of the slalom they will enter, because as usual in Formula Student Germany, there's a nice way in, but then you have a worse way out, or you choose to sacrifice your entrance, but then you have a good exit. I'm not sure which one is the best.
I was just about to ask you, Matti, you were a driver back in the day. What would you do in this situation?
I was an always optimized exit kind of guy, so I would always sacrifice my entry to have a good exit. But I think they also did that. They sacrificed the entry for the exit.
Yeah, good improvement from Osnabrück, because it's 85.7, which is 4 seconds after initial run. So this is something we will see a lot, Matthias, right? Big improvements in lap time, because a lot of teams that are new here, especially in this track, they will probably do a reconnaissance lap or banker lap, as we call it. No risk, getting some points on the board, and then second lap try to improve as much as possible, taking a bit more risk. But then you will see, and with a prediction from our side, you will see a bit more cones, maybe a couple of off courses as well. if drivers tend to take a bit more risk.
Yeah, and all the times that we mentioned, we do not have any clear view on how many cones they hit. I think on the screens closer to the track, there's a bit more information around that. But all the information is not official, so we will just be reporting about the times. But of course, if you hit a lot of cones, that, some time will be added to that. But we won't speculate too much on how much cones are being hit. And then there's no car ready at the moment, but 2 cars are being prepared. One of them is the car from Eindhoven, and I think also the car from Lisbon. And there's another one hidden behind, so it is actually 3 cars being prepared. I cannot quite see the one in the back, which car it would be. It is car 17, which is the car from the Romanian car from Cluj-Napoca. And also Lund is making its way in the dynamic area and being prepared. So that means we have 4 cars being prepared. So that should give us some action in the coming 10 minutes. And I think that's really nice to see some cars already now. That means the track will start to progress even more and more, and will, make it more attractive for other teams to also join in on the fun.
Yes, and this event is open until 7:30. Judging by the events of yesterday and today, it will be closed strictly at 7:30. Of course, volunteers have had a full day of work and need to have some food by then as well. So 7:30 is probably the cutoff time of this event. And as always, our experience is that a lot of teams will be gambling and trying to go in the last minute, and probably run out of luck. Something happens on track, and then it takes a lot of time to get onto the track and do your lap. So I would advise all the teams to have at least the first run in on time. Doesn't have to be now, obviously, but within the next couple of hours. Just get here, get in a banker lap, and don't gamble too much on the track evolution, although it can have some benefits, obviously.
Our Dutch friends from Eindhoven are making their way to the starting line. 240. They have been very present at all the dynamics events so far, both manual and also driverless. So they're doing a good job so far in scoring points everywhere. Let's see how they go about on this Autocross. I do expect quite a decent lap time from them. I think they have a quick car this year.
Yes, for sure. If we look at Osnabrück, they did an 85-second lap already. Quite an aggressive exit. Matthias, you did the track walk, and I think you told me that there's a lot of dust out on track, so it can be quite slippery. at this moment in time, obviously. No cars having swept the track, so you have to drive very carefully, especially with your right foot when you engage the throttle. These cars have so much torque that if you are a little bit enthusiastic, the rear of the car will catch you and will probably clip some cones as well, and that's never well beneficial for your lap time. Let's see Eindhoven. Do we have a sector time right now?
We do indeed. They are just a little bit quicker than Osnabrück at the moment, but it's about 4/10. So if they want to beat their lap time, they had a very difficult moment there in the slalom. I'm not sure if the driver made a mistake or if the car is a bit lurgy, as Jonas would say. It is struggling a lot now. Also in all the braking zones, the car seems to go sideways, so maybe they're missing a motor somewhere. Neat at the end, but it is an improvement, 83.9, so that is 1.8 seconds quicker than Osnabrück. I do have the feeling there's a lot more in there. Driver was struggling. And then we have 1.7 from Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, Cluj-Napoca.
Yes. Lots of wheel spin here in the first and sliding its way. What used to be the Volkswagen truck.
Yeah, it almost looked like a little bit binary throttle action, right? Everything or nothing. But there you have it. Eindhoven back with a lot of aggression already in the first chicane. Narrowly missing cone. The cone is still good. It actually touched one of the cones and it moved a little bit. But as long as the cone is touching the box, which was drawn around it, it's still valid. So that means no penalty unless it's down. So down or out, that's the official term of the cone to have a penalty. But anyway, Eindhoven was very, very close to it, and I wouldn't be surprised if this sector time would be a lot faster than the first one.
Indeed, they improved with 3 seconds, but also Cluj-Napoca is doing quite well. Sector time of 40 seconds, so they are up there. Other update on drivers. So in the Eindhoven car, it is the driver Vinny, and in the Romanian car, it's
Yeah, it looks like Eindhoven is pushing a little bit too much because I've already counted about 3 cones at the moment. But yeah, it looks aggressive enough at least. So what did the Cluj-Napoca car do?
There was an 88.5, and across the line Eindhoven with an 80.5. So that is a 3 seconds improvement by them. And that's the fastest time of the day.
Yeah, and immediately Cluj also returning to the track, having some heat in the tires, which is quite easy with these scorching temperatures. But yeah, again, a bit more aggression. So we should see that reflecting in the sector time already, which is coming up soon. In the meantime, we have Lund out on track, the car from Sweden. Wiggling a little bit, trying to find the grip on track and looking where the track is headed. A little bit of hesitation as it seems. It looks like the car is slowing down a little bit. Also coming to a standstill. Yeah, they have come to a standstill as far as I can see on the North Curve near to the big grandstand.
Yeah, and Cluj meanwhile is already in the infield coming into the slalom. But I do feel like they're going just that slight bit more gently than before. Nevertheless, still clipping a cone coming out of the slalom.
They are going quicker. Their sector time was 1 second up. And we have seen that if you are 1 second up, you can improve it 3 to 4 seconds even at the end. So let's see. But I do agree, something seems just a bit slower than before. But it is an improvement, 86.8, so they shaved off 2 seconds of their previous lap time.
And you mentioned, Matti, when Eindhoven set off, that you expect to see a good time from them, and they did indeed put in a good one. What sort of times have we seen in the past for the, say, the top 10, the top 15 contenders. What can the fans be on the lookout for today?
Yeah, so Eindhoven did an 80.5, which I think is already quite competitive. However, I do feel like we can get into the low 70s. I did the track walk before. I have a feeling it was a very quick track, so I wouldn't be entirely surprised if we can maybe go sub 70 on the very best lap time.
Yeah, in the far, on the north curve of the track, we see the marshals pushing Lund University out of the way. So something broke on the car, which means that the driver could not continue, couldn't finish the lap, unfortunately. So they are out of at least this lap on of the Autocross. Of course, they will have 3 more after this one, because also this driver has a second lap, and then the other driver has two additional laps. So let's hope they can fix it and come back and finish the 3 remaining laps.
And we have now car number 160 from Wrocław lining up at the start line. I think the marshals are just waiting for the go-ahead that the Lund car has been moved to a safe distance, a safe position on the track. And there is the green flag, Wrocław setting off.
Immediately reaffirming the name of the cone killer chicane, because already clipping a cone, getting out of the track. I mean, a lot of aggression already, but it's very difficult to judge the grip level when you haven't driven this track. And I can tell you from experience, it's very dusty and there isn't a lot of grip. So it's very difficult to have the right amount of aggression, let's say, and ambition for the car to be able to judge it correctly. So, but that's, again, I think that's all about it. The first lap is about having a banker lap, seeing where the grip is, seeing how the car handles. Do I have the right setup of the car? How are my tires, and so on. So that's why you know, you have 4 laps in total. So make the best of every lap is crucial for a good result on the Autocross.
And the driver is Nazari Honcharenko. Not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but it does seem to do a decent job at getting a first clean run in. It's not the fastest, it's more, they had a 40-second first sector, resulting in an 86.5 for their first run.
Yeah, decent first time. And I feel like that car either has a very soft front suspension or a very low front wing. I think almost at every braking area and on every bump you could hear the bottom of the front wing scraping against the ground. So I'm sure the team will want to take a look at that as car number 205 from UPC Terrassa sets off.
The driver is Arango onto the track. It does go slightly slow in like after the 3rd or 4th corner. They are still going, but it does look like they're a bit torque limited on that car. So now it will be a matter of making sure that the team from Wrocław does not catch the team from Terrassa.
The marshals are usually pretty good at waiting the right amount of time to make sure cars do not catch up to each other. But in case that does happen, there are, of course, blue flag overtaking zones available. And usually if one of the runners is slowed down by a slower car ahead of them, they get to have a rerun on that attempt to make sure that everybody gets an equal amount of chances to go full speed around the track.
Yeah, and on this event, I think we see the Terrassa car also carrying a cone. Not sure if I saw that correctly, but we will see. So in this event, there's no overtaking, right? So that's something that everybody should be reminded of. There's no overtaking, even though if you look carefully, you see the blue overtaking zones, but those are for the endurance event of tomorrow. So strictly no overtaking in the Autocross event. The organizers will try to give you as much space as possible. Then again, we need to get 60 plus teams through the Autocross, so we don't have the luxury to give all the cars a clear track for yourself. So that's why we will have multiple cars on the track. First lap from Terrassa.
It's a 116-second lap. I do feel like they are driving with some problems. Not a lot of torque and maybe only one motor available. Wroclaw is improving on their sector times significantly, more than 2 seconds quicker there. So can they match the Eindhoven time? Should be there anytime soon.
Very spectacular driving from this driver, Matthias. You would like it. It's more rally driving than Formula style driving, but looks very spectacular. Clipping a couple of cones just near the end. There you have it.
83.6, so close to the Eindhoven time, but not quite beating it. And we saw a classic mistake here at the very end. After the long straight, there's a big braking zone, and we see a lot of drivers always misjudging it slightly, running wide and clipping almost one of the last cones which are on the track.
Yeah, we saw in the meanwhile car number 13 from Sion setting off. Not overly dramatic, I think going at a steady pace. The driver just trying to keep it clean. Not sure if they're running into a power limiter or if the car is just not going quite as quick as they would like for it. It seems to be slowing down somewhat, in fact. We also saw cars from Göttingen setting off on their first run and UPC Terrassa going for their second. And the Sion car, we saw them go relatively quickly at the acceleration track this morning. So there's definitely more performance available in that car. You can see a little bit of that on the straight. So perhaps the driver is just trying to be very careful on their first run. Göttingen also being a little tentative with the throttle input. The car from Terrassa still clipping a couple of cones here and there. We have car number 227 from Bern setting off. I think that's also one of the more impressive cars, surprisingly impressive cars we've seen at the skid pad and acceleration. So we will see how they stack up against our current leader, Eindhoven.
And Terrassa is improving a lot. They're more than, 6-7 seconds quicker in the first sector. So that will be a massive improvement for them. They'll be arriving any second now at the finish line. And indeed Bern, who have surprised us with their amazing speed. We have Nigel Mangia in the car currently for the Bern team. And across the line goes Terrassa in a 104. So they shaved off 12 seconds of their previous time.
Well, we have a very fast car on the track now. Very aggressive driver, car number 42 from Prague.
Yeah, they were impressive on all the dynamic events so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the best time of Eindhoven already, trying to beat them in the early stages of the Autocross. But yeah, it was very aggressive already in the kink. Was it the kink? The driver clipping one of the cones, just going into the last chain curve, and across the line we have car number 227 going sideways from Bern. But should be an interesting time.
Yes, it's an 84.8, which I think is pretty decent for a first run. Prague, however, have improved, improved the best sector time we've seen so far, slightly beating the Eindhoven sector time by about a second. But this is, of course, only their first run, so more is yet to come. Same for Bern.
It's a very aggressive driving from Prague. The car is sliding, bumping, scraping along the track. Kicking up a lot of dust, but looking very impressive. They do time it well for the last corner and across the line.
Yeah, 79.466. Very impressive already. Looking at a very, very decent time. So we are already below the 80-second mark on the Autocross. So yeah, Matthias told us earlier he would expect to have lap times in the low 70s. I would not be surprised if that will actually be the case.
Yeah, my bold claim is a 69. I'm pretty sure we'll get there.
Well, something
Bern
wrong.
Stops on the track,
yeah.
And I think there's the right rear wheel. The suspension might have broken on the kink,
yes.
on the FSG bump.
Definitely.
I think Prague will be definitely asked to slow down. We'll see. Yeah, they're definitely not going to clear that in time, I believe.
Yeah, it looked really weird from the burn car because it was going sideways all the way, coming out of the pendulum onto the inner infield of the track. And I do believe you're right. There's something wrong with the suspension. You see them. I can see the marshals also picking up one of these. Well, how do you move it? Furniture dollies to put under the car and try to move the car out of the way. Of course, any car that gets a yellow flag on the autocross event will get a rerun.
And I think the Prague driver might have already looked ahead and seen that they will definitely get a rerun. I think they might have been trying to push on the first half just to see where the limit of the car is, knowing that any potential cones or mistakes will not be punished this lap. Fortunately for them, they do seem to be going a bit more gently now, not pushing quite as hard.
Yeah, normally the rule is if you get a yellow flag during the autocross and you get a rerun, which you already know for sure that you will get a rerun, the idea is that you don't push the rest of the way, because that would be an unfair advantage if you can push all the way on the track and still find the limit of the car. So the idea is you go back to the pits on normal speed and not pushing, and then do your rerun.
Yeah, and where the location where Byrne might have suspension damage is right after the big bump coming into the infield. So it's not entirely a surprise to me that it would happen there. And I think we'll see some more cars with a similar issue today.
Yeah, for sure. We've already noticed, and Jaeger told me as well, that he would expect a couple of cars to fail on the suspension because they looked flimsy, to quote unquote Jaeger.
Yeah, it's not that I would expect them to fail, and of course we don't want anybody to suffer any damage. But just during the acceleration runs, you could see the cars were braking at the end, and even just under normal braking load, the wings were scraping very hard against the ground. So I'm hoping that the relevant teams will make the necessary adjustments, maybe stiffen up the suspension a bit or raise the ride height, because the FSG bump has claimed many cars over the years.
Yeah, and CTU Prague is out again. The red-blue car, again, very aggressive, sliding a lot, rally style, into the kink and the broken chain curve. Onto the North curve, we will lose a little bit of sight of them. You can't really see them all the way going on to the North curve.
But it's quick. Driver was indeed very aggressive on the first run, but seems like he got it all under control now. Perfect combination of speed and balance. They do improve on their sector time, only by half a second though. Let's see if they can improve their final time significantly better.
Yeah, I think so far this run has been clean. On the first run, I think they did clip a couple of cones. We see car number 154 from Barcelona setting off in the meanwhile. Let's see how they will compare as Prague comes out of the slalom.
Yeah, and you cursed it already because the moment you said it's a clean lap so far, a second later they clipped the cone. So there you have it. Our superpower commentator's curse strikes again. But anyway, still a very decent lap time from the CTU Prague car.
Wow, a 76.8, a 3-second improvement on their last lap. So even though the first sector was only half a second better, they still managed to shave off 2.5 seconds in the second part of the lap.
That's impressive. That's a lot. Yeah, very, very impressive drive from the Prague car. They were impressive on all the dynamic events that we've seen so far. So yeah, probably one of the contenders for the top 10 position.
And so we're now at 76.8, so very early on in the Autocross. So I definitely think we'll see low 70s and maybe sub 70 lap times nearing the end. Barcelona on track with their driver Enrique Esteban. His nickname is Henry Hill. And they come in a sub 90 lap time, 89.5. But this is of course their first run, so we see major improvements in the second run. Let's see where they can get.
And maybe just to give a bit of an indication for the people watching at home and the people here in the stands of what these time differences could mean for the points. This is, of course, completely unofficial and not accounting for any cones. But at the moment, it looks like there's about a 3.5 second difference between first place and second place, and that leads to a difference of about 20 points. So yeah, every second that you are slower than someone, it's about 6 or 7 points that you're behind. So very big, yeah, very big scores at stake here for every second, every half a second in the autocross.
Yeah, and we do expect quicker times as well, so the gaps might increase a little bit as well. So yeah, it should be very interesting towards the end of when we approach, let's say 7 o'clock. Then it should be very close competition between the top teams. But also we will see a bit more drama out on track with maybe 3 to 4 cars simultaneously. Now it's relatively, well, you have a relatively empty track, so the driver can do his thing. And in the meantime, Barcelona has some issues stopping with the car on the brakes. Not sure what happened there, but there was some hesitation in the car. But we'll see what kind of time they do. And now the next car on the track, Yegor, was?
Yeah, that was car number 39 from LIU, Formula Student. That is the third, well, one of the 3 Swedish teams, Linköping, as you call them. Barcelona, meanwhile, finishes their second run, and they do improve by quite a bit, I believe, Matti.
Sorry, I was focused on something else, but indeed it is an improvement of 4 seconds. They improved 3 seconds, even a bit more in the first sector, and then improved a second on the last sector. So not yet any clear trends in how much improvement in the first sector results in the end time, but I'll keep an eye on it, and then maybe by the end we can do some accurate predictions.
Yeah, I think we can also see so far there's been about a 3-second, 4-second improvement between the first and the second runs of each driver, where the car performance allows that. So I think we'll be on the lookout for that going forward to see how that improvement develops. Linköping, meanwhile, is just making their way back into the horseshoe. The quote on their rear wing is fail fast. They did seem to have stalled just after starting the lap, but fortunately they did manage to keep it going. Going through the final 2 corners now and across the line. 103.9 seconds for Linköping on their first attempt.
They probably lost a lot, Yegor, on the beginning. You spotted it, you pointed at it, you will say, what's going on? They were really slow on the first little straight after the cone killer chicane. And now we have UPC Barcelona back again? Pilsen. Oh, Pilsen, sorry. Thanks for the correction, Yegor. Pilsen is out on track for the first lap, I think.
First lap indeed. I do get the confusion. Barcelona is on one side a bit blue and Pilsen looks quite similar. We have first sector times now as well in our timing equipment. So we can give you even more accurate predictions of the lap time.
Yeah, I think right now, by default, Pilsen has the best first sector time, a 16.146. But let's see what sort of indication that will give compared to the final lap result.
Yeah, second sector is a 42.5, which is 8 seconds slower than the Prague car was. So there's a proper battle going on between these cars.
Ooh, and now we have one of the faster cars we've seen this year, car number 76 from Karlsruhe. At the very least, it's been very fast when there's been no person in the car. Let's see if it's just as impressive with the driver taking over the controls.
Yeah, and immediately they're smashing the first sector time, 14.7. But also Pilsen is doing an extremely good run, in my opinion. Okay, it's a 90.3. I thought it was going to be a bit quicker because they had a very good second sector. Lost a bit there at the end, I think.
Well, it is only their first attempt, so I think we can expect to see the 3 to 4 second improvement we've seen before. Karlsruhe, meanwhile, back in the infield. And not accelerating quite as fast on the straights as we might have expected. Pilsen immediately going for their second run.
Meanwhile, Kit actually had quite a slow second sector. I'm a bit surprised. Did they have a problem, Igor?
We didn't see any obvious problems. It's just the car seems to have lost a bit of performance. In the first sector, it was going very, very quickly, and in the second, it seems just not accelerating quite as quickly out of the corners or on the straights. Still a decent time, 87.67, but surely they will have been hoping for quite a bit better, considering the performance in the first sector, as Pilsen comes to a halt, unfortunately, after just coming back into the infield, but they do manage to get going. And we have car number 172 from Dortmund out on the track.
Yeah, and really a shame for Pilsen because they were on for a very good lap. They had the best sector 1 and a very good sector 2. So it would have been a massive improvement, actually. They were 5 seconds quicker on their way.
Yeah, and unfortunately they come to a halt again, but so does Dortmund out in the outfield in front of the Nordkurve. So Pilsen does manage to get going for a third time. Dortmund, the marshals are still circling around the car, not trying to push it away. I do seem to see a fire extinguisher being run over to the car. I'm not sure if that's necessary.
Well, better safe than sorry.
Indeed, I hear the words mechanical failure and liquid coming over the board. So Pilsen, meanwhile, also struggling, coming to a halt for the third time. So 2 stranded cars out on the track, unfortunately, right now. Pilsen does get going again. They're very, very close to the end. Let's hope that they can make it back in one piece, as there is a big crowd gathered around the car from Dortmund. We can't quite see them from our position over here, but it is going to take a couple of seconds before any next contestant can go. Pilsen barely crossing the finish line and stopping immediately after. And getting going again.
Well, a lot of drama out on track. Dortmund, some kind of mechanical failure. Pilsen having some kind of electronic issue, which forces the car to stop every now and then. But they managed to finish the lap, obviously. Not very fast, for sure. We do hope that the Dortmund car was actually they were quite fast in the first sector. Very comparable times to the other cars as well, the 13.5. So the first sector was impressive. Unfortunately, something broke. We can't see it from here, but we will try to find out what happened.
And we're hearing that on the track marshal's radio channel that the car is being lifted onto dollies. So it does unfortunately sound like it might have been a pretty serious mechanical failure. Mickey is going to try to take a closer look with his handy-dandy binoculars.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Kit, the car from Karlsruhe, is waiting at the starting line. This is, of course, not so nice for them. Of course, that's the way it is. But their tires are cooling down a bit. And they do need some heat in them because the gap to the quickest car being Prague is pretty big. And I do feel like Karlsruhe will be aiming for some top spots in the dynamics. And we hear some rumors that somewhere the rear suspension of the Dortmund car failed. In, I would say, maybe an odd location, unless it already failed going onto the racetrack and then carried it 2 more corners.
Yeah, this track is notoriously hard on suspensions. We can't count the number of suspension failures every year on the track, especially during endurance, but also during autocross when the driver is in full attack mode. Well, not sparing the equipment, going full throttle in all the corners that is possible to do so. So yeah, as you can see already, without even driving on the track, it's quite bumpy, and there's a lot of banking changes as well. So yeah, especially if you have a lot of grip in the tires, it's hot, then the forces and the loads on your suspension can be catastrophic.
Yeah, and in the car of the Dortmund car was Tom Kemper. Unfortunately, he will not see the finish with the car on this lap. With a little bit of luck, they can still go back, fix it, and maybe at the very end of Autocross come back with a fixed car. This is of course the advantage of going early. If something bad happens with your car or something goes wrong, you do have a bit more margin to actually fix it and come back at a later stage. Because I think we still have until 7:30 here, if I'm not mistaken, on the Autocross today. So 3.5 hours left in this session.
So Karlsruhe does set off on their second attempt. And again, looking very quick through the first sector.
I'll keep an eye on the sector times for you. Indeed, it does look a lot more ambitious than their first run. Already in the first sector, they're more than a second quicker. So that indicates to me that the driver is now finally pushing.
Let's see. But now already also in the outfield section, they're not looking quite as aggressive on the acceleration. Still pretty good.
There's a 2-second improvement on their second sector, but they're still quite way off of the Prague car. Hopefully the last sector suits them better. But otherwise we are looking at, I think they can do sub 80 with this time. As you can see, my predictions are becoming more and more accurate. Big slide into horseshoe now, clean by the driver, but I do see what you mean, Igor. Acceleration out of the corners is not quite that punch that we expect. Last corner for them, clean across the line, and it's an 82.4, so not quite sub 80, but good run for them.
And we were expecting car 76 to be followed by 77 from DHBW Stuttgart, but they have decided to leave the queue and perhaps work on the car a bit more. Instead, car number 13 from Sion is back on the track.
Yeah, this is their second run. Not sure if they swapped the drivers. I would think it's the same driver as the first run. Would be my guess that it's. We'll keep an eye on some sector times. Making the way to the hairpin now is Valet into pendulum, and this year the pendulum is pretty tight. It used to be wider and then narrowing all the time. Now it immediately starts being super narrow and it actually stays narrow. Sion making its way to the infield carefully, and then the corner they're doing now is off camber by a lot, so I do expect quite some teams making mistakes there. Also here just before the slalom, it's a very tight part of the track, so this is where teams will lose some time compared to maybe other years. I didn't quite see where they entered. I think they sacrificed their exit this time.
This was the car number 148 from Nuremberg, starting their run. the driver seems to be going pretty carefully in their first run. So probably just getting the feel for the track, seeing where a little bit of grip on where the difficult points to watch out for, maybe, as Sion crosses the line. Nuremberg does seem to have picked up a little bit of pace, definitely going faster there through the outfield section than in Sector 1.
Yeah, this is also one of the teams that really surprised me this year with how quick they are. And being quick is the driver Maxim Slesarenko. That's a handful. Currently driving the Autocross for the Nuremberg car.
Slesarenko.
Also, they are opting to sacrifice the entry to then get a better exit into the slalom. I think we should keep count how many who does what, because I still don't know which is the fastest way. Into one of the last corners, slingshot. This is really a fun one because you can go throttle so early, and you have this big straight ahead.
The front wing and the side wings look so low.
That is a 90.4 for them. Given their previous dynamic performances, somehow I would have expected more from them. The driver opts not to immediately go for the second run, so maybe he also felt that not all the settings are correct, or they might have an issue.
Yeah, they were definitely going a little bit more gentle in the first sector. I think the times also reflect that. We've seen first sectors in the 13-second range, and they did a 16. So definitely some time to be found in the first sector, especially how we saw them go more quickly through the outfield. Now we have car number 32 from Mittweida, or should we say Mittweida?
Yeah, definitely. But one of the few cars without aero, and that will cost them a bit because this is a very high-speed track that definitely can use the grip produced by the aerodynamic forces. But those cars are really fun to drive because you can slide them anywhere at any time. So the driver will definitely have some fun. Let's see if he, and then it's Yannick Lange in the car currently, if he can convert that fun into a good lap time. This is of course their first run, so he will have a second run to improve.
They're navigating their way through the outfield now as car number 90 from Milan lines up on the start line, and they do still have their front wing. They already had it this morning at the acceleration, so probably a little bit of overnight work, burning the midnight oil to get that wing ready. But good to see that the team was able to get the car back in one piece, and they set off very aggressive through the cone killer chicane, a bit of a power slide. Mittweida, meanwhile, entering on the left-hand side of the slalom.
Yeah, and it's looking really good for Mittweida, to be honest. For a car without aero, I feel like they're doing quite decent. I wouldn't be surprised if they're somewhere in the low 90s, then they would match the Nuremberg time, but I don't have to speculate because in about 5 seconds they will go across the finish line, and then we'll know for sure. It's a 94.9 for Mittweida. I think they can be very happy with that as a first run. Meanwhile, Milano is flying out there. Very good first and second sector. Not quite up there with the top time, but it's going to be competitive. Mittweida for their second run, and I'll be curious if they can go sub 90 with this one.
They do look pretty quick, but the driver was very aggressive. The car does look a little bit twitchy, very tail happy, especially in some of the smaller corners, but accelerating nicely on the straights, taking it gentle through the final 2 corners. And what is the time by?
That is a 84.4. Yeah, I think amazing job getting it to Autocross with a new front wing.
I do see some marshals, sorry Matteo, interrupt. I do see some marshals running in the outfield. I think the car from Mittweida might have slowed down, but they do manage to get going again.
Ah, what a shame. I was really looking forward to their lap time, second run.
Car number 39 from Linköping has come back for their second run, I believe. But the driver from Milan also opting to go their second run immediately, but they'll be held for a second to create a buffer.
Yeah, we just on stream had some really cool picture-in-picture of all the different camera angles. I think we have about 8 different camera angles here on the live stream, so we'll definitely be using that if certain incidents happen on the track. Those are also important, of course.
Midweide with a power slide. The rear wheel actually left the track, but it was right in between the cones, so no penalties there. What was their time?
94 again. They even improved. You mentioned that they had a moment somewhere where they stalled, so the potential in the car is there to go sub 90. I think the first driver in the second run didn't quite got it out. Maybe a technical issue at some point on the track.
I think Linköping definitely going faster this time around. We saw in their first attempt that they struggled a little bit in the first sector and sped up afterwards. This time maintaining a faster speed throughout the entire lap.
Milano, meanwhile, just set the best first sector time. We do not have a first sector time for the Prague, so I don't know how they compare with that, but this might be a good one. 2 seconds on the second sector though, so might not be as quick as Prague, but impressive lap by them. It's a significant improvement on their previous lap so far.
Linköping, I believe, improving as well. They now have a 91.97.
You can really see the torque factoring at work in the Milano car. The car is really artificially turning around all the cones, and another car was just being launched. Looked like a pretty quick one. It was the Budapest car, number 14, driven by Zalan Ganic.
And Milan crossed the line and they set a 79.67. So not quite the fastest time of the day, just a couple seconds off of the best time for Prague, but a blistering first sector, 12.56.
Yeah,
so definitely a lot of performance in that car, and we'll probably see the second driver go even faster later.
This was a 5-second improvement, so clearly the first one was a banker, and then the second he was pushing so much harder. So yeah, there's more in that car, for sure.
Budapest now making their way back into the infield.
And also the beautiful car from Pforzheim is on its way. I feel like Budapest had an extremely fast launch, but then now on the infield it looks a little bit more calm. What do you think, Igor?
Yeah, it does. It looks faster in say the medium and high-speed corners. Obviously, it would look faster in those corners, but it just looks not very nimble out of the slow sections, especially the slalom. You see it going very, very slowly.
Yeah, with these four-wheel driven electric cars, it can of course happen that one of the motors stops working and then you drive with a bit of an unbalanced car. Not sure if that's the case, but it could explain. It was a 90.9. This was the first run of the first driver, and he's checking with his team if he should go for a second run or not. You should be careful not to, you can't park it there, mate. You need to decide. And they're not going for a second run, is the car from Budapest.
Meanwhile, Pforzheim have made their way back into the infield. Let's see if they enter on the left or the right. They enter on the right, but they did not do the slalom at all, I think. They just went straight through.
Indeed, the concept of a slalom has not reached Pforzheim yet. I hope the driver realizes, because then he or she can still correct in the second run.
And, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. But what sort of penalty or repercussion does the team face if they just go straight through?
As far as I know, per gate that you miss, it's called, it's equivalent to an off-course, which is 10 seconds per gate. I think here we have 5 codes, so 4 gates, so that would be a 40-second penalty for them.
And the driver, we're not sure if they've recognized their error, but they are choosing to go directly to their second run. We saw in the meanwhile, car number 77, they have a very Stuttgart takeoff. They've been looking really good. I think first sector will be near the top.
Not quite, they're 2 seconds off actually. It's driven by Tom Hörnchen. And I think this is going to be exciting because Renault is now on track, just been released from the starting line. Driven by Fred. And I think we might see a top time now with Revolve on track.
They are definitely looking very quick going through the outfield now. They have Bavay, meanwhile, looking pretty good through the slalom. A little bit twitchy going into some of the corners. I think also the driver struggling a bit with the bumpiness of the track.
Yeah, bumpiness in combination with a very sensitive throttle pedal. We've seen it with many teams this year, also with Bavay, is that they have a suspension failure somewhere. I think it's the left rear
is dangling on. Yeah, that unfortunately is going to be a... Well, I don't know if that would count as a DNF for the FSG Stuttgart, because they did technically
They won't pass post-scrutiny.
They won't pass post-scrutiny. Yeah. You can see that the rear wing has also collapsed quite a bit.
A dangerous situation is unfolding now because Revolve is coming to the finish. I do think they can make it out clear.
Yeah, I think the yellow flags are prepared. Careful. Yellow flags are prepared just in case, but not being waved. I think the driver has plenty of time to stop after the finish line, and indeed they do.
Indeed, good job by the driver. Christian had to come in with the yellow flag to correct for the situation. No drama here. They need to find a way to get the Norwegian car through. Kevin is reshaping the pit here. And you have another update, Igor?
Yes, it is. Car number 279 from Ford side is starting their second run.
Let's have a look at if they can make the slalom this time. And they do. So they realized their mistake from the first one and nicely corrected for it.
Revolve also choosing to go for the second run immediately. The track is pretty clear. Ford side has almost finished their lap, so Revolve is allowed to set off. Oh, and that does look very quick.
Yeah, but I'll be a little bit honest. First time was a 79.1, and slightly disappointed by that. I feel like there's, or maybe we underestimate the time for Prague. But I do think they can go a bit quicker. They should go into the 75 if they want to be competitive.
Well, they are looking pretty quick now. How's their first sector time?
I do not have an updated yet. I will tell you if I have a first or second sector time and how they compare to their previous lap.
I think they're already coming back into the infield, so maybe the timing is lagging just a little bit.
Yeah, even timing is suffering with the heat, but I do have a second sector time. It's a 35.7, 1 second off the Prague car, but 1 second quicker than their previous one. We have seen cars improve a lot in the last part of the track, or the second part, I should say. So fingers crossed for them.
I went pretty quick through the slalom. You could also see the torque vector working very well. But quite a few slides and quite a few corners.
Yeah, as you were saying, torque vectoring working well. It was doing a massive power slide at the end. Manages to stop the car at the very end. And it's a 77.1, so 2 second improvement, but it does look like a handful, doesn't it? The Revolve car.
We saw in the meanwhile, I think the car from Brussels set off, driven by Dan and or Branko. We're not sure which one it is, probably Dan.
Yes, indeed. I asked them to put it by order. Some teams did explicitly mention it's not on order, but this should be done. Of course, we don't know for sure. We rely on information given by us. It's really nice to see them here. They also, I think, participated in the acceleration event this morning. I'm not sure if we have seen them on the skid pad yesterday.
I don't think we saw them on the skid pad, but indeed they were there for the acceleration event. I think it was their first dynamic of FSG26. So good to see that cars are still trickling through the scrutineering pipeline and are making their way over to the dynamics. I think I saw the car from Dresden only have one sticker that they still need before we could see them out in the field, which is of course very, very impressive considering what unfortunately happened to their car at one of the earlier competitions.
Yeah, I just took a look at the car of the DHBW Stuttgart, and it seems that the rear suspension failure was a failed push rod of the suspension. So unfortunate for them, but there wasn't a lot of damage. It seems like only contained to a push rod.
Was also at the very end, so only a few meters with the broken suspension.
Brussels, meanwhile, finished their first lap. Matti, how's their time looking?
103.4. They actually had quite a decent second sector, so if they can wire it all together, there is still a bit more maybe in the second part of the lap.
So Brussels is going to have a completely open track right now. Unfortunately, clipping just one cone out of its box through the cone killer chicane right at the very start.
Yeah, we see that a lot here just in front of us. Some cars are overly excited and slide and hit some on the outside. Others take it too cautious and start clipping some on the inside. And every cone counts, also the ones that you hit after the finish line.
So Brussels just about to make their way back into the infield. Taking a quick look at the queue in the meanwhile, there's only one car there right now, 218 from Sevilla. Just as I say that, I think I see Tallinn coming into the queue as well. But for now, all eyes on Brussels.
They improved a little bit on their second sector. The car is, it almost seemed as if it was coming to a halt. Luckily, I was wrong. Now into the slalom, let's see what path they take. They go for the easy in and a difficult out technique into horseshoe. Or is that broken dreams? This is horseshoe now, apologies. And the other one is broken dreams. Is that correct? I'm getting Italian gestures from me. Into slingshot. And then there's a hard braking zone ahead for Brussels. And can they go sub 100? No, 100.6, so it is an improvement of 3 seconds. Good by them. And that's 2 clean runs, or at least they had a few cones at the beginning, but clean runs from them.
So our first lull in the action at the Autocross today. Just over 3 hours to go on the clock. We see 2 cars getting their final checks, final preparations. 218 from Sevilla, who are now being waved forward to join at the start line. Tallinn standing next to them. And past that, not a lot of cars in the queue. So I feel like if it continues this way, we're heading towards another hullabaloo at the at the final 45 minutes, 30 minutes of the Autocross event.
All right, the car from Arus 218 is being launched on the track, driven by Miguelen, and a car from Sevilla. Nice aggressive start from them, and this is their first attempt, first run.
It's uncharacteristically quiet in the stands, considering Sevilla is driving. Maybe they're saving it for the finish. The first sector times do seem to have come back online. It is a 16.2 in sector 1 and 44.7 in sector 2. So around 10 seconds off the top time we've seen so far from Prague. But this is of course their first attempt. The driver's still getting a feel for the track a little bit. So we will hope to see an improvement on their second run.
Also, they are opting for the quick in, slower out technique in the slalom. It does look like the driver is struggling a little bit getting on throttle out of a corner. Suspension seems bouncing a bit, clipping a few cones on the exit of Horseshoe. And making its way to the last braking zone here. Oh, locking up the fronts. And across the line goes Sevilla.
It is a 96.14, and there is the cheers from Sevilla fans in the stands as car number 124 from Tallinn set off. And they are looking pretty spry.
Yeah, I was going to say a rocket was launched here. Could barely see what team it was, that's how quick they were. So let's have a closer look on the Tallinn car, because this is the first run and already it looks very quick.
Yeah, unfortunately the first sector split is a little bit finicky again, acting up. I do see marshals running over to the Tallinn car, but now it does get driving again.
Yeah, I think it clipped a few cones. It also came to a halt, probably to clear some cones. So this will not be their best lap time, probably, but gives the chance to the driver to explore the track properly.
Yeah, sector 2 was a pretty good 39.1, 4 seconds off the best time for Prague. But again, that was Prague's second attempt. This is Tallinn's first. We have seen improvements of 3 seconds, 4 seconds, sometimes even 5 seconds.
Yeah, and the car looks to have some trouble turning in. A bit too much understeered, followed by a snap of oversteer. The driver goes on throttle. Maybe they're also missing out on some motors. Locking up at the very last braking zone, clipping a few cones and even an off track, I think.
Yeah, so I don't think this is a representative time, but it is already at 82.85. I think the performance overall is definitely there. Like you said, Matti, though, the car was looking a little bit finicky.
Yeah, but I think there's something off because the driver is opting not to do his second run immediately. And again, we have some time to take a drink, sorry, go to the toilet. Forgot I was a public speaker. But there are some cars being prepared. Ingolstadt, we have Constance, and also the car from Sion already for their second driver. So in the coming 5 minutes, we'll have again some action on the track. I'm really curious to see the car from Ingolstadt. The car looks quick, that's often already an indication about their performance. But first we'll have the car from Sion, from Wallace. And this should be their second driver, I think.
Yeah, we were not 100% sure what the situation was with potential driver changes. It is definitely their third run. And this does already look much more aggressive than the first 2 runs, at least sounds more aggressive.
It looks like they don't have regenerative braking on the car. So the car makes a lot of noise on acceleration, but then once it goes braking, it all goes silent. Maybe they only run rear-wheel drive, and then might be beneficial not to have regenerative braking for autocross, because then your whole brake balance is to the rear, and that's not always as nice when braking, certainly if you're braking into the corner. Into Pendulum, taking a cautious approach, this driver. but the pendulum is really tight this year. He is slowing down for the bump there, back into the infield. We have seen some teams, already 2 teams lose their suspension today. And maybe it is a wise approach by the Sion driver.
There was 3 teams in Bern, Dortmund, and they have Stuttgart. Pretty high, suspension claim rate by the FSG track this year so far. Hopefully we will not see too much damage going forward, but always a risk going very quickly over this very bumpy track. Car number 13 seems to be a little bit less aggressive now in the back half of the lap, but let's see how they do. It is a 101.49.
Yeah, in the meantime, 343 out on track, car from Constance. They were, I think they were also on track this morning. Yesterday for sure, also on the manual skid pad. We made a joke that they were very constant on skid pad. So that's why I remember. But yeah, another new car out of track.
We don't have information on who the drivers are. Unfortunately, the form has not been filled in. So we shall assume the driver's name is Constantine.
Yeah, we have been reminding these teams constantly. So why they haven't got it, it's a mystery to me. But anyway, already carrying a couple of cones, as far as I can tell, and coming to a stop, and just in the infield of the track. Not sure whether the driver stopped for a reason, but yeah, already having a conversation with the marshals. Fortunately, there are no other cars out on track, so they will not be hindered. And the queue is quite empty, guys. I'm not sure what's going on at the moment, but it's there seems to be a break in all the driving.
Yes, luckily we have Ingolstadt lined up. They will of course wait until the Constance car is cleared. Beautiful looking car, and also one of the few with tires other than Hoosier. They have the Goodyear tires, which look very pretty, with the OZ rims. And although the queue is quite empty, we do have car 33 Zurich in the queue, so hopefully they can show us where the potential is of this track.
And Constance is being pushed off the track, so that means that's a DNF on this lap. Hopefully they can fix whatever is wrong with the car and come back for another try.
Indeed, I think they're pretty lucky that they get pushed to the exit, so indeed they will get another opportunity to go. If you're not lucky and you're on the other side of the track, you'll have to wait for a dull moment to pick up your car.
So car number 134 from Ingolstadt setting off.
Yeah, quite tail happy here already on exiting the first corner. Of course, these cars also drive here on the dynamic area, which is a bit dusty. So when they initially kick off, often their tires are pretty dirty and still a bit cold, although it is pretty hot today. Big slide, and they're almost spinning out. There's a bit of a lane change there, or they have maybe an issue with the car. And the driver is egressing, so might have been an AMS or IMD error for them. That might also explain why they were spinning in the lane change. Driver did a good job, I think, to catch it. Didn't go full spin, but it didn't look so pretty. So the driver did an egress, indicating that there might be some technical fault, electrical fault. So the scrutineers and the officials will make sure that the car is safe before it's being touched. Once the car is cleared or deemed to be safe, then they will start pushing it to a safe place where hopefully later the team can pick up their car. While that's going on, Zurich is making its way to the starting line. Of course, they will only move the car to the starting line once the track is cleared again. And then, yeah, we'll finally see what they have in store for us. The Zurich team, of course, did very well on the skid pad yesterday. Also on acceleration today, and also the driverless disciplines. Unfortunately, this morning on track drive, they had a dramatic final lap in which causing them not to finish the track drive in the driverless cup. But now they have time to redeem themselves here on the Autocross. This is the first run of the first driver, so let's see, will they immediately go full ham? Yes, they will. Oh, and this looks quick. Planted this car, planted so much grip, it's insane. Yeah, just look at how quick that is. And there's a bit of a slower section just before the grandstands into a lane change, followed by hairpin, then into pendulum, which is pretty tight, but let's see how quick they can navigate through the tight pendulum this year. You can really see how quick the car accelerates and decelerates, but also how glitchy it can be in those more narrow parts of the track.
Well, judging from the running, marshals out on the track probably clipped a couple of cones, at least 3 cones in the pendulum and the outer section of the track. So while it is very, very fast, it's also not very clear of cones.
Well, we do already have the best of the day first and second sectors. They're half a second up on Broadstone through sector 2.
And across the finish line in
73.66.
Wow, that is that 3 seconds quicker than Prague?
Around that much, yes.
Yeah, that's 3 seconds quicker, although only their sector 2 was only a second quicker, so really a lot of potential is in the final part of the lap. And it's Lucien Fanton.
Yeah, let's see if Lucien can get all of that potential out of the car. We of course also saw in this first run a couple of cones being thrown around. So let's see if he can keep it clean and fast.
Matches their first sector time, only improving by a few hundredths of a second, but we already know that all the potential is in the second part of the lap. Improving by almost a second. No, actually slower. On the second sector, maybe the driver now opting to go for a lap without any cones to make sure they have a banker in. Let's also see which part they go into the slalom. They go for the easy in, difficult out technique. Due to broken dreams. It does look all a bit tighter than I expected. Also horseshoe, but it doesn't indicate to me that there's not that much grip on the track yet. Last straight, doesn't outbrake himself. Oh, hits the final cone, literally the final cone on the track.
And it was an improvement with a 73.47. So Lucien did manage to find 2/10 out there. Unfortunately, hitting those 2 cones, that would be an extra 4 seconds at least that we could see. But definitely quite a lot of potential out on the track and in that car.
Yeah, I think out of maybe frustration or not frustration about that last cone, he accidentally discharged the car and it's parked here at the exit, but no problem as there's no other car on track. so because there are no cars on track at the moment, they do have the opportunity to now push the car from Ingolstadt back to the paddock, which is pretty nice for them, because that will give them the opportunity to go again later in this session, hopefully. And one of the cars that really surprised me early on in the session was Pilsen, and I do see them again on track. They were actually already pretty competitive at the very beginning of the Autocross. So let's see if the second driver can really show what their car has in store for us.
And now we have car number 32 from Midweide coming in for their third attempt. So we will assume that there has been a driver change. And let's see if the second driver can improve on their time.
Yeah, I remember them already doing a 94 in their first run, but then they had a little bit of a hiccup in the second run of the first driver. They of course run no arrow, so can they get on a sub 90 seconds without any arrow? That would be impressive.
Yeah, we do see Pilsen now coming in for their second driver's attempt.
Midweide, meanwhile, entering the slalom, also going for the quick in, slow out approach. I feel like that's the most complicated I've seen so far. Into Broken Dreams, making its way to Horseshoe. And then let's see, will they do a nice drift outside of Horseshoe? No, driver just keeping it clean altogether, probably the best way. I really feel like, Pilsen is, I was just going to say Pilsen is flying, but they were flying a bit too much, clipping a cone, in the middle of the midsection.
Midweide, meanwhile, do finish their third run, and it is more or less the same time as before, still in the 94-second range, not able to improve just yet.
Pilsen just before the Horseshoe. Car was sliding a bit, went on the brakes, on the bump, and sliding off completely. Car turning to the right while the corner was to the left. So this was a bit of a lap to forget for this driver of Pilsen. Can he redeem himself?
Well, even if it was a lap to forget, it is their fastest time so far at 85.29. Already a 5-second improvement on their best attempt. Midweide did meanwhile set off on their fourth run. And they do improve in the first sector by 1.5 seconds.
Unfortunately, the driver from Pilsen kind of spun the car again, just when they are about to enter the track side, the F1 track side of the track. So I don't think this will be an improvement for them.
Yeah, he actually spun in the broken chain curve. So not the first time that something happened there.
But he was going super aggressive, almost making a mistake in turn number 3. And then a few corners later, he was pointing the opposite way.
Yeah, going a little bit less aggressive now on their first run is car number 150 from Lübeck. as Midweide comes in for their final finish. And do they improve? Yes, they do. It is a 90.09.
Damn, they just didn't reach the 90-second barrier. But I really loved how the car was driving from Midweide. Pilsen, meanwhile, wrapping up their lap, but I think this is not going to be an improvement given that they did a small donut at the beginning of the lap.
Yeah, and you can see the driver also being far less aggressive than before the spin, which makes sense. It's just no use to take all the risks and maybe damaging your car for tomorrow's endurance.
Yeah, it could be a strategy, of course, if the first driver had already a good banker in, that you push a lot with the second driver. I do feel like pushing 2 runs might be a bit too much in this case, but yeah, they had a decent time on the board, so let's hope for them it was clean as well.
Ulm now coming back, I believe, sorry, not Ulm, Lund coming back for their second run. Yes, their second attempt.
Lübeck opting not to go for a second run with their driver immediately, or what did they already do? 2 runs? No, they only did 1, so they opt to not go out a second time.
Lund looking pretty good out in the outfield section, pretty quick.
Getting a cone in that lane change, and meanwhile, car from Hanover launched on the track. Going pretty quick, also maybe no genital braking. Car needs a lot of noise and trouble, but not braking. Lund almost braking itself after one of the straights, just in the infield section. Let's see what side they choose for the slalom. Also the easy way in, the difficult out technique, which we have basically seen from all drivers today so far. Oh, big slide and slingshot, can he keep it together? He does. Launching on the straight, then unfortunately outbraked himself, collecting 2 cones at the very end of the run. It's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, it was still a pretty good 85.59. They had a DNF on their first run. I don't quite remember what the reason was, but they do have a pretty good time on the board. And let's see if they can improve going further even more.
The Lund car took some of the cones with him to the dynamic area, actually. And now we're lacking 1 cone here at the very end of the straight here.
Hanover with 84.39, despite a couple of missing cones. Maybe that even might have helped them a little bit. But a good first run, 84.39, Hanover.
Yes, and driver opting not to go for a second run immediately. So maybe driver not entirely happy with the setup of the car, or this was just their plan all along.
There does seem to be more activity in the queue now. I believe I can see car number 85 from Delft, also 399 from High Speed Karlsruhe. Göttingen might be returning, or perhaps Ingolstadt. Very similar liveries, and I can't quite make out the number here yet. But quite full in the queue, so should be 2, maybe even 3 cars on the track in the coming moments.
car 85 being prepared. And it's a car from Delft, of course, making its way on the Autocross. They tend to be quite good at Autocross, I would say, in the past years. The driver is Luc. It seems like the car stalled for a bit just at the starting line. The driver is trying to get it going. Yeah, we have a quick cycle of the high voltage. We see that the diesel is green, so the driver will just quickly restart the car. Better to do it now than once you're on the track.
The car does seem to be...
Okay, and again, there was a small issue to get the car going, but off they go. Very nice start here, keep it controlled. Slightly tentative to the first kink. All looks neat so far. Oof, almost spun it there, collected a few cones on their way onto the F1 track section. Now they're in front of the grandstands. Going into the kind of lane change and then into the hairpin is the car from Delft. We have another car just being launched as well, which is the car from Göttingen Hawk. So we have two blue cars on track as we speak. Meanwhile, Delft back into the infield. Wow, super quick here on the straight, braking in time. What sides will they go into the slalom? I think they also opt for the quick in and then compromise the exit a little bit. Broken Beats now next. And I'm really looking forward to see the car in slingshot. This is horseshoe, but I am looking forward for the car in slingshot because I do feel this car has a lot of potential here. And early braking. And across the line in a 80.6. So that is currently 7 seconds of the pace in comparison to the quickest car we've seen in Zurich. This was of course the first run of the first driver. Goes Delft for their second run. So hopefully Luc can improve a bit on the first lap, but also keep it clean because they had a bit of a moment. Meanwhile, Göttingen across the line in a 98.6.
It was a pretty clean lap from Göttingen. We didn't see any trouble. There is a bit of a strange sound now from the car coming out of the dynamic area. We also have car number 92, Oxford Brooks. Their rear wing is slanted a little bit to the right already, Oxford Brooks. Not sure if that's an issue, if that's something that's known by the team. Delft, meanwhile, over the bump and back into the infield.
They did not quite improve on their sector time. Also, they seem to go a little bit slow on the straight, so that might indicate to me that they're lacking a few motors or have some power issues. Struggling a bit with power. I would be surprised if this was an improvement from them. As we say that, the car 92 is coming to a halt. That's the car from Oxford Brooks. And that will hamper the car that we have just released on track, which is high-speed Karlsruhe, unless they can get the car from Oxford Brooks going again. And as I say, they do, so no drama.
Yeah, Delft, as we expected, did not improve. It is 83.54. You see track marshals running. High-speed Karlsruhe seemed to have had come to a stop, but it got going again.
And it seems to be stopping again, and then going again. He's playing cat and mouse, I think, with the track marshals.
then also Brooks, they either have an extremely soft suspension or very low side wings because they're constantly scratching the ground. Cross the line in a 107.3 for them. First run, and they opt to go for a second one as well.
High speed does seem to have resolved their issues. They are going pretty quickly indeed.
Yeah, once they are going there, their acceleration is quite impressive. But they seem to come to a stop every now and then, just like now. And then the car is going again, so whatever is happening, they have some gremlins on board, for sure.
It seems that we have another suspension failure, unfortunately, out in the outfield for car number 279. Matti, could you double check which team that was? That was Pforzheim. So, yeah, on their third run, Pforzheim unfortunately suffering a suspension failure, and that is the fourth suspension failure victim of the day. So it'll take a second for the marshals to clear that car, make sure the track is safe and ready for the next team. And it looks like car number 279 is moving under its own power still.
Yeah, we are hearing on the radio that the car is able to drive on its own power. So the driver is electing in at least consultation with the track marshals to drive to the exit. So this is the nearest exit of the track on its own power. So it's not a major failure, but at least they can get out and then start to fix the car.
Brooks, meanwhile, waiting for their turn at the green flag, probably just hanging around for a moment until Pforzheim is fully clear. Quick queue updates in the meantime. We have Wien, Chalmers, Sion, car number 16 and car number 99, that must be Aachen, waiting to join us here. All charged and ready to go behind Oxford Brooks.
And the patience of the driver of the Brooks is being tested. The driver has to wait until the track is clear. And there we have it. So Brooks out on track again. A lot of aggression. First already in the concular chicane into the kink. A little bit of twitching going into the kink and in the broken chain curve onto the north curve. And then onto the, let's say, the farthest part of the track, just in front of the big grandstand. And also Chalmers is out on track with Astrid going sideways onto the first straight and then into the kink. Ever so twitchy, super twitchy. That's the run.
That's Wien rolling past the green flag. flag, saying let's start on track again. Oxford Brooks seems to have slowed down a little bit compared to the relatively aggressive pace that they showed at the start of this run. Chalmers is quickly catching up to them. And Mumbai joins us out on track. Number 16, second run or already?
No, this is their first attempt. There's also the first attempt from Chalmers and Vienna out on track right now. Oxford Brooks just about to cross the line. They get a 19.73. This was their second attempt.
Yeah, Chalmers also almost done. Just twitching their way through the last couple of corners. It really looks like they ought to turn down their yorick control just a little bit. That looks borderline upright, to be honest, from my perspective.
Well, the funny thing is the first sector from Chalmers was only a second faster than Oxford Brooks. But in the end here, the difference was 11 seconds.
And it was a 79.23 from Chalmers. From Vienna, it is an 81.42, so very, very close between Chalmers and Vienna. Ryan Racing, meanwhile, still going. Their first driver is Abhishek GPT Dubey.
Quick interruption there. Mumbai stopped out on track. It looks like they actually slid out. Off-course excursion here on the infield. Got going again though. At a relatively leisurely pace. Sion. That's the word. It's coming up to the infield now as well, catching up to Mumbai slowly.
Yeah, Mumbai needs to get going, otherwise, well, there you have it. The moment I said it, Sion has come to stop. Driver pulling off the track, and now we have a new contender. Aachen.
That looks extremely aggressive here in the first couple of corners. They are definitely shooting for a top time here in this session.
Yeah, I think considering Sion is still struggling to get going, Aachen might have to see a yellow flag waved for them. Meanwhile, Orion Racing crosses the line on their first attempt with a 118.8.
Yeah, and it looks like the Aachen car will get a yellow flag, even though it's not being waved at the moment. Yeah, it is waved at that sector. Driving is slowing down, so that means there's there's a rerun for that team. It's no use to go full push now because this time will not count anyway. So that means that this driver will get a rerun, which is the first run.
I mean, you can still use this to gain some tire temperature for the subsequent runs, of course. And I have to say, this doesn't only look aggressive, it also sounds aggressive. I think this is the most tires I've heard here.
Yes, for sure. But just to remind everybody, the intent of the rule is when you get a yellow flag is to drive back to the pits in a controlled fashion. And the idea is not that you keep pushing on a lap which will not count anyway.
Yeah, it looks like the struggle for Sion is real. They're being pushed off track.
Yeah, unfortunately, the same thing happened on their third attempt. This was their final run. So Sion will end the day with a time of 101.49 as their best attempt. Ryan Racing still out on track. They had a 16.98 first sector, which is about, I think, 3 or 4 seconds off the best times we have seen today.
Mumbai looks like making their way around for the second time today. Coming up to the corner where they fell silent just a moment ago, but they managed to navigate that without any issues. Aachen out on track now again. Still so much aggression from this driver. It's really manhandling the car through the first couple of corners here.
Yeah, that is Noah Sterdiško, the first driver for Aachen. is the team from the Walbert Racing, Westphalia. The first driver is Tom Walla, nicknamed Walla.
In the meantime, Dubai made it across the finish line for their second run this evening.
Yes, they did improve by a whole 14 seconds. Of course, they didn't have that stutter in the lap, which should have helped quite a bit. Aket, meanwhile, did set a best first sector. Their second sector was a second off the fastest time we saw from ANZ.
But I just saw a cone flying, so that's at least 2 seconds, if not more, added towards that.
It's definitely very aggressive, a bit too aggressive, and not very controlled. So unfortunately, a couple of mistakes from the driver, but it's a very decent time. So
76.84.
And it looks like one of the cars stalled out on the track as well, briefly. But they got going again. I think it was Westphalia team.
Westphalia is the one crossing the line right now. And
right,
the is a 90.22, and the car that stalled was 148 from Nuremberg.
Yeah, correct. It was just behind the tipping time screen, so we couldn't see it. But they were going slowly for a little bit. Then got going again.
Setting off on their second run. If anything, looking even more aggressive now.
Yeah, really launching out of the hole here after the green flag. Like I said, this looks like the aggression is sort of bordering over in terms of controllability of the car. Nuremberg made it across the finish line though. Driver shaking his head, maybe he wasn't too satisfied with that run.
Yeah, that was a 92.2 Jonas from Nuremberg. Stroomzone.
Now we have Aachen and Padova on track. Aachen fell silent. They have stopped. They are still charged. These are still flashing.
Sort of.
Stopping
maybe
again.
Yes, maybe no.
I think it's time for yellow flags for Padova, to be honest.
Yeah, they still have a couple of corners to navigate, and looks like Padova gets going again. Yeah, doesn't seem that the other car needs to have a yellow flag, so they can continue on their way, not be bothered too much by the Padova team. So this driver notices something wrong with the car, and he pulls off track. Unfortunately, he is in the driving line of this car. Yeah, there you have it. I mean, the intention of the driver of Padova was good. Unfortunately, he was in the direct line of sight of the driver behind. So the marshals did not have any other option but to wave the yellow flag. But that also means that this driver will get a rerun. So that means the car number 185 from Padova will be granted a rerun.
Yeah, it looks like all the aggression from Aachen is just deflated in this run. They had the right idea, pulling off to the side of the track to let Padova through, but happened to stop just in the line of fire of the corner where they pulled off.
We do now have car number 205 from UPC Eco Racing. They set off on their third attempt, as Padova lines up for their rerun immediately. If you do get a rerun, do you have to take it immediately, Mickey, or are you allowed to wait and do it later?
No, you're allowed to wait for sure. It's up to the discretion of the driver when he takes the rerun.
UBC Eco Racing there seems to be driving a bit of an eco mode. Maybe someone who was faster earlier in the morning, or early in the afternoon, I should say.
Sector times look all right, but as I say that, they collect at least 2 cones here in the infield section. Looks like they're about 10 seconds up on their previous attempts, but yeah, still not the most dynamic car in the tight hairpin or slalom sections here.
I think on their first 2 attempts, the driver did seem to struggle with the left-hand side of the car. They were taking quite a lot of cones down. So definitely looks a lot cleaner by comparison to this time.
Yeah, he almost slid out in the last corner before the straight section. Another cone here in the last couple of corners, but across the line.
Yeah, 94.19 for the UBC Eco Racing.
Padova launched for their rerun, but almost came to a stop on the infield to or track transition.
Yeah, a lot of these teams like to play cat and mouse with the marshals, because the moment they start to slow down or come to a standstill, the track marshals obviously run towards the car to see what's going on, to have a chat with the driver, and then again, yeah, there you go. But now it looks the car is stationary. Definitely no movement on that side. They're just behind the wall, so we can't really see what's going on with the car and the driver. But for sure, this will not be the fastest time in the autocross.
And it's a shame, because their first sector was very impressive. It was a 12.88, only just about 1 second away from the best time we saw for sector 1 today.
Yeah, I'm not getting my hopes up for Padova, to be honest. I think the last I saw of them, they were discharged, but now they got moving again. Maybe I should say these things more often, to move the teams to prove me wrong.
The commentator anti-curse.
Yes, this is the inverse commentator's curse. Exactly right, Igor.
As we have car number 135 from Westphalia setting off on run number 2. Aggressive from the start.
Aggressive, but oh no, there they are. I thought they fell silent on the track section. The Eco Mode car is back. They did so on their own rear wing, and the Padova issues seem to be isolated to the track section. They have made it across the line with a
130.17.
Yeah, of course they were stationary. You would expect to be.
Yeah, the rest of the lap, the driver took it easy, fully understanding that pushing now has absolutely no use in terms of track time. So, but we will see them out again. Hopefully they can fix whatever technical issues they have. So yeah.
Another first run of them, Aristotle out there for their first attempt of the autocross today. Westphalia makes it across the line.
And it's a very impressive 79.6.
Yeah, it's absolutely impressive, because it's below the 80-second mark. There's a provisional P9 for them. So well done. A little bit under the radar. We weren't keeping track of them, but yeah, well done.
So this is the second driver called Safont. It does sound like he collected a couple of cones there on the left-hand side again. I'm not sure if that's work of the car that goes off to the left, but they do get a 90.299.
It does really seem to like to slide out of corners, just not quite enough grip to keep it on the line that the driver commands.
Aristotle looking pretty good. Very aggressive into the slingshot, clipping the cone with the rear left wheel. It's slowing down way too
Coasting across the line. They just about made it. I'm not sure, maybe the driver was mistaken the point where the timing beam was actually at.
track right now, we have Walk Racing, Padova, and Sion is still running in the back. I'm not sure if that is because they got pushed off the track without taking the timing beacon. I do see Marshall's running on the outfield. Somebody is coming to a halt.
Yeah, just
Yeah, I think that's Padova again. So
Padova is just about to finish. That must be Ostfalia. Then the driver is actually getting out.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Ostfalia, it is.
Padova with a 79.96, another very good time in a sub 80-second group. So we have Tallinn lined up on the start line, just waiting for the situation with WOB Racing to be cleared up.
We'll have a brief moment until Ostfalia is being cleared away. We don't know yet what has befallen them, causing the driver to jump out, but I can give you a brief queue update. Tallinn has made it to the green flag. Right behind them is Navarra, the TU Munich, car number 137. Can't make out the team name here from the front view. And right behind them is what I believe to be Lund returning.
So Tallinn setting off, looking pretty quick out of the first couple of corners.
Yeah, it looked aggressive, but much more in control than the Aachen runs were just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, aggressive is okay, too aggressive is not.
114 now at the green flag. Navarra joins us on track.
Should be very quiet and it is. Very, very silent car. Tallinn did not seem to have triggered the first sector. I think that's a quirk of the timing. I do see them coming back into the infield now.
Next up,
yeah, we have a lap time for them. No, that's for Navarra, 15.7.
Tallinn do set a 36.8 in the second sector. That is about 3 seconds off the fastest car of the day, AMZ. A very solid 78.66, and I believe that is an improvement indeed by over 4 seconds on their first run.
Yeah, that gives them a provisional P6. Yeah, very solid performance for their second run only yet. So some improvement left for the second driver.
Navarra navigating through the horseshoe towards the last couple of corners and straight away. They're so quiet. It's really tough to follow this car around because you really have to pay attention to what's happening.
Now this should be interesting. Too Fast has quite a reputation to uphold. Unfortunately, clipping at least one cone, as far as we can tell. Yeah, it's being shown by the marshal. But other than that, looks clean for now and fast. 12.2 already in the first sector, which is a little bit slower than Bob Racing just now. Oregon State in the meantime, not bad. That's 77.2. That's pretty good. It's a provisional P6 in the first lap, so quiet but deadly.
Yeah, looking at Munich some more, he clipped a cone here or there. It also looks not quite as aggressive as Aachen, but still he's really throwing the car into corners, quite some oversteer as he slides out of an over-tier tank slapper. This must either be Kevin Biedert or Pascal Thomas. Those are the two Autocross drivers for Team Munich this year.
Yeah, those tank slappers are really quite annoying. All these electrons going to one side of the car, you know, causing an oversteer. But yeah, there you have it. 75.59. Yeah, that's a pretty solid time actually. P3, provisionally, of course, but very impressive already.
I'm just trying to imagine now electron soup sloshing around in the accumulator. What might that look like?
You're welcome, Jonas.
Struggling a little bit here in the infield, sliding out of a couple of corners now already. Slowing down for the slalom just a little bit. I'm not sure if they did the same thing during the first run, but it does look like the car is carrying some sort of ailment that causes them to slow down compared to their first attempt.
We are hearing some cheers from the audience, for one of San Sebastian or GFR or Berlin. The three cars out on track at the moment. As we say that, San Sebastian does finish in 96.4. Just about 6 seconds slower than their first attempt, so definitely something in the car. Big power slide from Berlin coming back. A very weird gearbox sound from GFR as they cross the line. Too Fast. Sorry, Jonas, go ahead.
Could have been brakes as well, by the way, just grinding on one wheel or something like that.
Too Fast did in the meanwhile set off on their second attempt. A much faster first sector from them. I think the second already.
Yeah, first sector is 0.3 of a second faster than their previous first sector. And the second sector is also a little bit faster. Not much, but still there's an improvement from Too Fast.
Yeah, we also see Berlin, car number 313, setting off pretty aggressively. The window on the side of the car is a little smaller, but I think we can still confirm that the driver is wearing pants. Too Fast comes into the broken chicane through the slingshot, looking much more controlled this time around.
Yeah, this looks better. I think they turned it down just slightly. Aggression, or maybe the controls are helping them navigate the last couple of corners towards the finish line.
There's a 74.83.
Yeah, third fastest time of the day. That's roughly where we would expect them. Of course, they have 2 more runs to go to maybe improve even further.
Lund, meanwhile, they had set a 85.53 on their third run, which I believe is their fastest time so far. Yes, it is. And now they're going for run number 4. Berlin looking not too shabby. They run straight. Braking a little early, going carefully through the final corners. That is an 81.84. Very good first time.
Yeah, Lund really flying on track. Very decent sector times, 13.2 and a 38.2. So it is slower than the Too Fast car that we saw just earlier.
Berlin setting off very aggressively again.
And Lund's just coming through the slingshot, a little bit rally style onto the straight. into the final chicane. Looks clean, over the line in 83.34. That was their fourth run. As far as I can tell, they had 1 DNF, the first one, and then 3 valid runs as far as we can tell. So they are finished with the Autocross event and can start preparing for the endurance tomorrow.
Oh, and somebody did stop on the track. I believe that is Berlin, car number 313.
Yeah, just ahead of the outfield to infield transition. Again, that seems to be a popular spot today to have a bit of a breakdown, hopefully not of the nervous kind. Yeah, looks like the driver is getting out. This might be bad news for Berlin. Only their second run of the day, and the first one was also a solid time already, not quite below the 80 seconds. Depending on the issue, they'll be able to recover the car relatively quickly and maybe still fix what can be fixed in the last hour and 45 minutes that we still have here for the Autocross event today.
It looks like from afar, but you have binoculars on your chair, Jonas. It looks from afar like another suspension failure, which would mean the 5th one of today.
Yeah, let's see if the marshals bring the dollies out. It does seem that way.
I could see the marshals lifting the car from the rear, putting the dolly beneath it, and so that normally indicates some kind of suspension failure on the rear.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that's the 5th suspension failure of the day, and I believe almost every single one has been on the rear. I think usually we see front suspension failures as more common here at FSG, especially going over the FSG bump. So interesting to see whether it's some shared design philosophy that's popular in Formula Student right now, or some small changes to the track causing this shift towards the rear suspension.
Right then, while Berlin is being recovered, we don't have anybody waiting at the green flag, but in the queue is car number 76. That must be Kit, now getting ready for their autocross run.
It looks like, Jonas, the gambling has begun. It's 5:15. We have a bit more than 2 hours remaining the Autocross event, and teams are gambling, especially the ones that already have set a time, sometimes even a very decent or a very spectacularly good time. They can afford to wait, obviously. So I would expect that within 1 hour it will become a bit more busier, and the gambling teams will show up for their second and final runs.
Yeah, I count just over an hour and 40 minutes left in the event. So yeah, it's 7:30, never mind. Then I misremember one more thing today. We are ready to drive sound from Karlsruhe, though they will join us here out on track just as soon as Berlin is being pushed to the nearest exit of the dynamic area.
Yeah, we already had, I think, the first 2 runs from Karlsruhe. They were an 87.7 and an 82.4 respectively. So I'm sure they'll be hoping to join AMZ, Too Fast, Aachen, and a couple of others in that sub 80-second group.
In terms of gambling, I'm not too sure if it's really going to pay off to wait much longer. I think we've crossed the hottest part of the day here today. I think from here on forward, the track might only cool down a little bit going forward. So I think in the interest of getting your run in, I would still opt for the going for a run pretty soon. And Karlsruhe is off. That was a big ground hit, sounded like front wing on asphalt, like heard some teams struggle during the acceleration this morning.
First attempt of Karlsruhe, we saw them up until the infield section, where they then lost a bit of the pip in their step, especially in terms of acceleration out of corners. Let's see if we can buck that trend.
Bucking the trend of not running is also Renti. They've joined into the queue for their subsequent runs.
And Kit does seem to be doing better than their first couple of attempts. This is indeed their fastest sector by 2 seconds.
Coming through the horseshoe now into the last couple of corners, straight away just before the finish line. This is the point where a lot of people outbreak themselves today already. But no cones collected as far as I can tell from here anyway.
Indeed, it is a 78.6, a big improvement from Karlsruhe. And let's see if the driver elects to go for the 4th run directly. Yes, they do. And for now, they will be the only car out on track, as Red Team is still waiting in the queue for the final checks. So the Karlsruhe driver looking very aggressive, staying right out on the edge of the lines, nearly touching the cones, but running pretty clean so far as we can tell from our position over here in the racing course.
Yeah, as always, don't take our word for anything official. We're just trying to report whatever we can see from up here. We can read on the time what matters is what officials publish at the end of the day, especially for the running order for the endurance tomorrow, of course. While Kit navigates the slalom on the infield here, Green Team is now about to join us at the green flag position.
This is quite a good lap from the Kit car. I wouldn't be surprised if this were 76, second lap 76.5 or something like that. Should be interesting to see. Clean last chicane. There you go, 76.2 even. So good improvement from Kit, over 2 seconds faster than the first, well, the third lap.
Yeah, and as far as I could tell, not a single cone hit. I think for the fastest times of AMZ and Too Fast, we definitely saw at least 1 or 2 cones flying around. So it could be that if all cones are counted, Kit would be on provisional pole at the moment. But hoping to knock them off will be Red Team, car number 26.
It was impressive performance from Kit. If there's one piece of feedback that I would have for them is check your ground clearance of your front wing, because man, they were bottoming out more than any other team so far here around the track.
Wow, Red Team Stuttgart already in the first sector faster than the 4th run of Kit. Only by a tenth, but still, 11.9. So faster, and they're already also faster in the 2nd sector. So this will be a very promising lap from the Red Team guys and girls. Although clipping a cone, just going into the infield, just coming up to the slalom. Let's see what they do. They went in fast. They will come out a little bit slow. That's okay to the Broken Dreams section. Oh, a little bit of understeer into the horseshoe chicane, just over the bump and into the slingshot. Let's see what happens. Rally style. Oh wow, looks really good. Into the last chicane. Clean it is. There you have it, 73.8. Well, the signs were there, right? All the sector times already a little bit faster than Kit, and this was the first lap.
This was only the first lap, but I do have to say it didn't look quite as controlled as Kit did. This was still more on the edge of losing control in almost every corner, especially here on the infield.
Yeah, and there were a couple of cones as well. So unfortunately, the time will be a bit higher in the end. So, but still, a 73.8 on the first try is very impressive. Let's see what the second lap will bring us.
Definitely looking more controlled through that first sector, first couple of corners.
Got to remember, every cone is 2 seconds added, so usually it's the mantra of drive as clean as you can, as fast as you can.
It looks like the strategy that I like. Go wild and heavy in the first lap, not having a careful bank lap or whatever, just take a lot of risk, be aggressive, find the limits of the car. Okay, you can clip 1 or 2 cones, that's okay, but at least you know where the limits are. Then dial it a little bit back, and that's why we see the Red Team driver also being a lot more in control, a lot less input, a lot less aggressive on the car. Although a little bit of sideways action going into the slalom.
Yeah, looking at the sector times, they're also a tenth or so faster in both sectors. They clip 1 cone just coming into the horseshoe here, so nothing entirely clean run. Last straightaway.
It was actually slower than the first lap, so that's a shame, but still a 73.8 and a 74.6. It's a very impressive time indeed.
Yeah, nevertheless, you might still end up with this being the fastest run. The first run had a lot of cones in it. This one only 1, maybe slightly more. So yeah, the corrected time might still tell a slight difference for the endurance tomorrow.
It seems we're going to have another short little break in the action, give the marshals a chance to get a sip of water, maybe rest their legs for a little while. The queue is not looking particularly full, so it's not like we're going to be causing too much of a traffic jam or delaying anybody from attempting their runs. So it should just be a very short couple-minute break, and then the action will resume. We expect car number 111 from Aristotle University.
Right behind them, we also see Mumbai and Hannover in the pre-flight checks with the officials. All right, the driver from Aristotle has been roasting in his driver suit for quite a while, right at the front of the queue here, and is finally being motioned towards the green flag position as all the marshals out on track get ready for on-track action again. This is going to be the second run from Aristotle. Interestingly enough, they must have elected to come out of the immediate vicinity of the autocross track here after their first attempt.
Yeah, their first attempt was a 89.6, so just under the 90-second mark. My guess is always if they do not go for a second run immediately, that maybe the driver is not quite happy with the settings. So hopefully they can prove to be a bit quicker. The beautiful car from, I think it's Amberg-Weiden, is it correct, Jonas?
Indeed, Amberg-Weiden. Right behind them, I would expect Mumbai out on track, including that Hannover, and other cars.
And the team from Thessaloniki is improving a bit. Their sector times are just a bit quicker. So hopefully in the second, the last section of the sector can move further.
Whoa, there was a big spin in the infield. I do think that was the Aristotle car? No? Yeah, 1-1-1. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, this driver has been sitting in the car so long, he's not even medium anymore, but well done. So, yeah, I do feel for him.
And the driver from the 16 car from India is Aryan Gha, and his nickname is DNF, so that doesn't say much good.
Oh, and Aristotle is just coasting across the finish line here. I'm not sure if they misjudged. Oh, guys, careful, yellow flags, please. Amberg-Weiden is catching up to them stationary here, just behind the finish line, really quickly.
Yeah, they had 2 regular runs earlier. This is their third run of the second driver, obviously, and they get 1 more before finishing autocross.
Is getting close through the horseshoe right here. I gotta say, this looks a little bit cautious in terms of pace.
Yeah, it's comparable a little bit with the Indian team from Mumbai in terms of speed. So there you go. Yeah, it's slightly faster, 95.98. But yeah, there you have it.
Hannover out on track.
This is their second attempt. I remember them going in after their first run as a driver was not happy with the settings. So I'm not sure if this is the first or the second driver. We'll see if they do a second run or not.
Mumbai is also returning for what must be their fourth and last run of today. We have a car stationary out on track, car number 23. That's Amberg-Weiden. What a shame. They were on their rerun from their second... No, they were on their rerun. They haven't set the time today yet.
No, that's really unfortunate for them. Running snow is standing snow at the moment.
Getting going again.
Yeah, there you go.
Close to catch up to them, but they can finish it at the pace. We won't have one
Coming to a halt again, driver moved away from the starting line and decided on its own to continue. It's a bit sketchy. And now again, came to a stop, but now we have to be careful. The driver now comes on the track again.
Yeah, that was cautious. A bit of an unfortunate situation. Yellow flags for Hannover are out, but it was quite difficult for them to see it, I think. Car number 23 is just in the offshoot of the corner, so the yellow flags are justified. Mumbai is also catching up on the situation, but Amberg-Weiden is getting going again.
Yeah, Mumbai is actually significantly improving on their previous lap. This will be at least a second quicker if they can keep up with the pace. The final run is going. That might bring him into the low 90s. And it's 97.4 again, so actually they are matching their previous time.
Now Hawks made it back out onto the track. They are looking to improve from a 95.98. Already looking slightly faster in Sector 1, so curious what they can improve on the outfield section. Hannover making immediate use of their relief run based on the yellow flag situation that we have with Amberg.
This is the third run from Horsepower Hanover, so that indicates to me that this is actually their second driver, meaning they still have one run left on their first driver.
It could still be a first driver because of
correct. Damn, I thought I was being clever, but unfortunately,
Budapest spins out right in the first corner, basically doubles back on that run. Yeah, that's not going to be a bunch of codes.
Cool, yes. Fast, no.
Yeah, the trick here in the first corner that it is ever so slightly off camber, and I think that can upset the more sensitive cars. Bad news for Hannover, they are pulling off the track, coming to a standstill in an awkward position. I think if Hawks is catching up fast enough, no, that's not Hawks at all. Who is out there on the outfield? Budapest, of course. They might have the advantage here. Of course, they have the spin just now in this lap. But because Hannover is in a slightly awkward position just ahead of the infield slalom, they might benefit from the yellow flags. And as I say that's not what's going to happen, because Hannover is being recovered quickly enough. I did see something rolling across the infield there, so I'm curious whether that came off of the Budapest car, to be honest.
They are coming to a halt, so something must have gone wrong. Now, what could roll off a car and cause it to stop? Let's do a little game. We'll try and solve it with the binoculars. And Budapest car now very, very slowly continuing on.
Yeah, nothing obvious that I can spot from afar. Could be some kind of cover or something that they picked up on track and just discarded again. But yeah, this is now really slow. I hope they can make it back here quickly enough so that they can still go for more runs later today.
And also at Budapest, this is their second attempt, so is it the first driver with the second attempt, or is it the first run of the second driver? Because they were here about an hour ago for their first run, but did not choose to go for a second immediately. First or second run, this is not going to be their best lap, I think.
No, definitely not. They're barely holding just above walking pace. And I think we're just waiting for them to clear the track before Osnabrück is going to be let out at the green flag. You can also see Barcelona and Athens, I think, 227 ready and charged.
And Osnabrück was, I think, the first car we had here on Autocross, so nice to see them back again. Now with their second driver, which is Toby Wessel.
227, of course, is definitely not Athens, it's Bern, one of the teams that we've seen here with suspension failure very early in the Autocross session. So really amazing to see that they managed to fix this in a hurry and are back out on track almost already.
Osnabrück absolutely flying, hitting a few cones in the but really pushing on. And I guess this would then be this is the second driver for Osnabrück, of course. So he is exploring the track now. He then hopefully in the fourth run instead of the final and best lap time would have. So quickly, outbraking themselves, hitting a few cones, wow, in a spectacular fashion. This driver definitely pushing very hard, a bit too hard even. Barcelona on track now, car 154, driven by Abdel Alba. His nickname is Abelindo Ascari.
Right behind them will be UAS Carlson, who are joining us for their further runs. Probably the second driver in the car now, as well as 90, if my memory is not completely wrong, that's Milano. Bern is looking pretty decent out there. They set an 85-second something run in the very beginning, just before their suspension broke. Making their way through the horseshoe into the last couple of corners now. Briefly saw Marshall's running out the outfield, but I think that was unwarranted. Going after Barcelona, slowing down a little bit carefully.
We're now with a 87.8, which is quite a bit slower than their very first lap time of the first driver. Of course, this is the first attempt of the second driver, so he still has a chance to redeem himself.
Still going for aggression, the Osnabrück driver, as he returns through the first couple of corners here. Barcelona now coming up on the finish line.
Yeah, this is their third run from Barcelona. It's slower than both lap times of the first driver. So I'm not sure if they had an issue or if the driver is just getting to grips with the track. And we kind of missed high-speed Karlsruhe, or they just came in with a 76.9, a super impressive time from them. And I'm not sure if this
did not sound good. I think we either had a small failure, maybe a tire popped, or a rim failed from 257. That's Osnabrück, 267.
No, but they're still driving, so
no,
I think...
the rear left tire is
Oh, right, you're absolutely right. Oh, yeah. That's a keen eye. Driver should slow down a little bit before...
Left rear tire got off the rim.
Yeah, exactly. I think now the driver is aware of the damage, so rightly so, slowing down a little bit. Tire has completely deflated on the rear left. So the driver realized that, so brought it home, so that's something.
It was difficult to tell whether they were driving on carbon rims. If that's the case, you would usually expect a write-off rim in this case, but if it was aluminum, they might be able to just go again later.
You have some experience in this, Jonas, or
too much.
Something that you want to share with us?
Too much that I would care for. FSG has broken many a rim of ours in the past, that's for sure.
Milano, in the meantime.
Yeah, with an impressive 78.9. They had a super good second sector time. I think this is the first run of their second driver, so if he can shave off a few more seconds, then he's up there with the top teams.
Yeah, just go a few seconds faster what could possibly be about that one. Thank you.
Yeah, just shave off a couple of seconds. Maybe get onto board on the radio to the driver and say, look, you have to drive a couple of seconds faster. Go ahead.
Maybe that's exactly what the team told to the Benz driver. They're out on track now for their first attempt. As Barcelona struggles a little bit in the horseshoe, they briefly stopped accelerating in the section. Still accelerating, but they're making their way closer and closer to the finish line, which they cross right now.
Yeah, it's an 84.09 for Barcelona. Just put them provisionally in P434 in terms of lap time. In the meantime, we have Ghent out on track as well, and Milano joining in rather spectacular style.
And I think this lap from Milano might be a good one. You mocked me a bit with just go a bit quicker, but trust me, it's going to be good.
Trust me, bro. Gent is falling silent in the meantime, just in the first couple of straightaways here on the infield.
Well, we would never mark you, Matthias. Your powers to predict the lap times are legendary by now. So whenever we say it, we tend to believe it.
So I will make a prediction. I think Milano is gonna come in as it's gonna be a 76, I think, or maybe 75.
Yeah, that is if they don't manage to catch an ailing Gent, just dragging their way through the last couple of corners. I think that car is carrying some sort of issue here across the finish line. Doesn't look like Milano will be impeded by that car.
Come on, Milano driver, help me with my prediction. And it is actually just matching its previous time, so yeah, I surrender.
It was more difficult than we thought.
Yeah, it's difficult. We're not mad at you, Matthias, at all. It was faster though, it's 78.1, and the previous one was a 78.9, so actually they were a bit faster.
Yeah, Navarra again demonstrating their ninja skills. They snuck out from underneath us past the green flag. They're almost halfway through the run now. Joined by Southampton, by the way, for their first autocross kick at the can here.
Yeah, their first sector times from Navarra and Southampton are quite comparable. Only 0.2 of a second difference between the two. Navarra second sector time is at 45.6. Silent as well, 97.6. We'll have to wait a little bit for Southampton to come to the infield. Yeah, but also their second sector is a bit faster, 1.6. And who's this? TUV.
Is that a Gabash?
There you go.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivetrains coming from the Wien car, but apparently only in left-hand corners. At least that was the theory that I heard from timekeeping guys a couple of hours ago.
And in the Vienna car is currently Schleo, who is the head of aerodynamics on their... Oh, actually, it might also be the second driver. It is their second attempt, so then it's a bit of a guesswork. Still the first driver or the second, so it might also be Chris, who is apparently a connoisseur of all the cars.
Southampton makes it across the line in 95.65, immediately going for the second run. That's the strategy that I like, because that's what I would do.
Vienna seems to be slowing down now. I had a feeling they started a bit more ambitious, so I wonder what is wrong there. I cannot see anything mechanically wrong to the car, so then it would indicate to me that maybe they lost a few motors somewhere on the track.
Yeah, might be the heat, must be the water, who knows. It's definitely hot out here, still 34 or so degrees. Southampton looks a lot more lively than Wien does as they cross the finish line.
Yeah, we can see the driver not happy. So something, maybe a limp home mode or something like that. There was just no pace in the car at all. Southampton, looking at their times, they're already 2 seconds faster in the first sector alone. So this should be quite an improvement for them.
I was looking at Southampton coming. I'm not sure if they had a brief moment of slowing down there, or if that's just the construction of the track, but they seem to be managing to carry a lot more momentum throughout the lap than Wien did. Collecting a cone on the entrance of the infield slalom. That's of course one of the black spots that we have as we read out the live timing to you here. Basically, the cones are only shown on the screens that are facing away from us here in Brisbane.
Second sector, 4 seconds faster Southampton. So this should be interesting lap time. 89.2. Very, very decent time from Southampton.
This was their first driver, so maybe a bit more to come with the second, but impressive stuff from them. The sub 90 time is, yeah, very decent. Puts them into the midfield.
Do you maybe have a queue update for us? I do think that we have Turin now being pushed forward towards the green flag with the tractive system active. I think that's Linköping behind them. I think I also see the colors of Chalmers and maybe car number 17. I think those we also saw at some point earlier today. That is Cluj-Napoca, indeed.
Yes, and the queue is really filling up. You already mentioned a few teams, but also Lisbon made its way to the queues, I think for their first run, because they are in the first driver queue. We also have car 111, which is from Aristoteles, Oxford Brooks, TU Fast, also in here, so yet to come. The car from Brussels, Landshut, Tsinghua, and also Budapest might be making their way again to the Autocross track. So exciting half an hour ahead, I think. And then I see that Astrid is making its way to the starting line. That is, of course, the car from Chalmers, 95. Did they already do a run?
Chalmers, we've seen before. This is their second attempt. They're looking to beat 79.226 already time on the board. Let's see what they can improve about that.
Very aggressive on the exit of the first corner is the driver from Chalmers, so definitely pushing on. While Turin finishes their lap, it's the first lap at 92.9.
Some straight bangs from Linköping here in the infield. Through the horseshoe, they are actually slowing down. Maybe they are carrying some sort of drive train or powertrain machine that causes the throttle to be a little bit less responsive on the driver would like. They again coast across the finish line. I think there's definitely something not quite 100% with this car.
That Chalmers acceleration is insane. I was just looking at them and just coming into the infield, and that was really, really impressive. In the meantime, we have, I think it was Turin out on track again. So we have the Swedish and the Italian team out on track, looking at Chalmers, looking very smooth. That acceleration is just frightening almost. Coming over the line, look at that, 74.4 second lap of this driver.
Yeah, wow, we're only 4/10 off the top pace here today in each sector. So yeah, damn, great performance. I would hope that they come around immediately, but they are pulling out. Oh, this was the second run of the driver. Never mind.
Indeed, and this kind of indicates maybe to me. So it's a 5-second increase, or no, decrease, I should say, in time. So improvement. That's the word. While this driver did not have warm tires, so maybe it's an indication that the track is improving and that we are at the point at which we can hopefully see some time stumble.
Yeah, we have just under 1.5 hours left in this session as Lisbon pulls out onto the track under cheers from their team members here in the grandstands.
The driver from Lisbon is Gui. He will hopefully do 2 runs now, and after that David will take over the car.
Turin came across the finish line and improved their time, just about 0.6 faster than the first show. New car out on track. Aristotle has returned. This must be the second driver because it's the third attempt. They are looking to improve from 89.66. Coming across the finish line now is Cluj-Napoca. They managed to...
The 90.8.
Slightly slower than the first driver must have been. Oxford Brooks out on track. Now we're really starting to fill the track space that we have here available. Third run, so the second driver must be in the car for them as well.
Yeah, let's look at the Battle of the Brits. I think Southampton did 89.2, so it should be interesting to see whether Oxford Brooks can beat that time and be arguably the best British team.
That's the title that we're always trying to hand out here. And this year there is 3 to choose from.
Lisbon had an 82.8 on their first attempt of the first driver. So can the first driver already get it beneath the 82nd and into the 70s? Let's find out now.
Scrapes here from Aristotle. Sorry, continue. From the Lisboa team as their car returns for their second attempt. 82.88 the first time around. Also looking at Oxford Brooks, I think I saw this image before where they started pretty impressive, but had to slow down quite significantly throughout the
Lisboa, in the meantime, pretty decent. Looks like in the second sector, 2 seconds off the time of Chalmers. So that would mean a pretty decent time. In the meantime, Cluj-Napoca doing an 88.6, and we're just waiting for the Lisbon team to come around.
That's another suspension failure, I think, on the Lisboa car. I think it's the rear right that looked like it broke in Broken Dreams.
Oh yeah, so that bump or whatever it is, that turn lives up to its name, right? You can see it fail, Jonas.
Yeah, well, I could see the rear of the car step out just in the corner itself. I think there's a ever so slight drainage bump, 10 meters maybe before I could really see the car sliding out. It looks like the failure is such that the car can still be pushed. Maybe it was a tie rod of some description. So the car is now in a spot so that Aristotle doesn't have to contend with any yellow flags. But the driver had a little skid out of the infield slalom.
Yeah, sometimes it's a push rod or one of the tie rods, for example. But yeah, not ideal because they have to fix it. And it doesn't bode well for the endurance. Talking about not boding well for the endurance, that car, which is 111, Aristotle, has come to a standstill. It's unfortunate for them.
Got going again, they will be able to finish the run, but yeah, the last run of the day from them, definitely not a competitive one.
And it's really a shame from Lisbon because already on the second sector they were 2 seconds quicker than their previous lap, which already was an 82 seconds. So they were well clear to go sub 80 on that run. Of course, in order to finish first you need to finish.
That's a popular saying in Finland. So Anyway, Lisbon is being pushed out, so it's not a catastrophic or dramatic failure of the suspension because car is being pushed and it's rolling still, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a push rod on the rear. Something like
with
that.
the push rod, I would expect the car to be sort of listing back because the load of that corner isn't supported anymore. So I'm going for tie rod, to be honest. Then again, the wheel also doesn't really seem to change direction as they roll past us here toward the exit. So I'm not so confident in my diagnosis anymore, if I'm honest. Now that the track is clear again, we have another newcomer out on track. Landshut is joining us for their first autocross attempt. Directly followed, very likely, by TU Munich. That must be the second driver, because we already saw some blistering times from them a little bit earlier.
Indeed, and the first times were from Kevin Biedert, and now Pascal Thomas is in the car. So we'll see if he can improve on the amazing times that Kevin already did. And we'll figure it out in a second. My guess would be that the officials are letting them wait a little bit, such that they do not catch up with Landshut, but off they go. Very clean in the first corners, car absolutely planted. Wow.
Yeah, this looks like it's on rails, especially given the nervous nature that we've seen from some of the top teams like Aachen before.
Yeah, many of the cars make the mistake that while braking and turning, they snap out the rear, but not with this one. Completely in control is too fast. And we look forward to see them here on the quicker corners just in front of us.
Brussels was just given the green flag for their third attempt, so second driver joining us here.
Landshut meanwhile doing a small track rebuild just in front of Slingshot. The car seems very difficult to handle and very oversteered, but manages to cross the line with a little nod saying no. So the driver not too happy about that.
No, Munich looks planted though, super clean through the slalom here in the infield. Last couple of corners through Horseshoe now. One snap of, well, understeer, I would think. That then turned into rim biting, making through the corner.
So far the sector times have been matching the previous driver, so let's see, this is a 75.5, so that matches the first lap of the first driver. So far they're very equally matched. And I think we have our Taiwanese friends finally on the track again, Tsinghua, with their first attempt on the autocross here at FSG.
Yeah, they're one of the other ninja teams. They do regularly manage to sneak up on us.
And this driver is called Jaden from Tsinghua. He will have 2 runs here on the autocross track.
While Brussels maneuvers through the Horseshoe, and I think Munich is being held slightly at the green flag to make enough space towards Tsinghua for their last run of the day. Quick reminder, if you're wondering how we know the drivers' names, that is a new feature of the commentary form. If you haven't filled in this already, look into your green team, please do so via the link in the team welcome.
Yeah, and just as you were saying that, Tsinghua came to a stop. Marshall's frantically running towards it, but luckily they got going again. I'm not sure what went wrong there. Maybe quick support that, having tried to turn it off and on again, worked for them, and hopefully they can do a smooth second run, because this will obviously not be representative for the speed.
We've been really trying to push them on with as much support as we could. It's always nice to see a team from very, very far away perform well here at FSG. I'm looking at the sector times of the second TU Munich driver. He's getting close to the top time of the day, but he really needs to pick up the pace here towards the finish line if he actually wants to beat the performance of the first driver. I haven't seen any cones yet, so that might still be a faster corrected time in the end. He's coming through the last couple of corners now.
And it's a 74.9, which is not an improvement, 1/10 of their previous time. So looks like this is just the speed of the car. The drivers very evenly matched, and unfortunately they could not improve on it. But to me it does also look good for the endurance, because the car looks very easy to drive, not taking any credit away from the driver. but they can do very consistent and quick lap times, so that might be good for endurance.
Brussels nearly did a Budapest, by the way, and nearly spun out here in the first corner right after the green flag. Collected a cone, or misplaced one at the very least, that now needs to be replaced before Tsinghua comes in for their fourth run.
We have Regensburg joining as well with their first run of the day, which is driven by Tim Mann. Apparently they call him Mini Money. And in the second run we'll probably have Daniel.
And a small correction, it's only the second run of Tsinghua, so they have more in the tank in the last hour and 15 minutes of the Autocross event. Regensburg managed to cross the line for their first run of the day at 94.86. They are going for their second run immediately behind car number 68.
Tsinghua now going for their second attempt. They had a little hiccup in the first lap, so hopefully this all goes smooth for them and they can really show the potential of this car. While I say that Brussels is about to wrap up their fourth and final run of the day. Can they improve? Can they go sub 100 seconds? No, 103.8.
Yeah, of course, it's only, in big air quotes, a two-wheel drive car, so not quite up to the performance level that we would see from the four-wheel drive cars, but still solid performance, especially in these conditions. We've seen failures here out on the autocross track throughout the day. Yeah, making it at least one lap bodes well for the endurance tomorrow. Bern back out on track for their, what must be the fourth run of the day. Yeah, good to see these guys back. The suspension fix seems to have held so far. Slight wobble from Tsinghua here in the bush. I do think that the wing might be slightly...
Oh, and there's a tire flying across the track as we speak.
Watch out, don't try to...
Dramatic failure from the Regensburg car.
Yeah.
I have never seen that
That
before.
was quite scary, because if a tire with that speed hits someone, can really cause some damage. And fortunately, the marshal stepped out of the way of the tire, so no harm done. But yeah, you have it.
The front left seems to have left the chat. This is a type of failure that I've seen before this year, multiple times at FSG26. Given the fact that the rim was still attached to the tire as it left the car and yeah, nearly impacted one of the marshal posts here, I think what has happened is that the wheel studs or the mounting of the wheel studs in the wheel hub of this car have given way. That would at least be in line with some of the failures that we've seen from other teams at FSG before.
Wow, and while all that was happening, Tsinghua, who actually just managed to escape the tire, they were there 2 seconds before the tire flew past the track, actually did a very impressive lap time of an 83.4. So congrats to them. Obviously Bern will get a rerun now. And in all this chaos, we have Prague lined up. They were here relatively early, but set a blistering time of 76. So will they be able to improve significantly on that? Maybe track has evolved a bit, so can they challenge the times of the likes of DU Fast and Zurich?
Yeah, and I think the news is worse than I thought, and better in some ways. There is still a piece of wheel hub attached to the tire from Regensburg. But yeah, the drivetrain lubricant is very evenly coating it. So it looks like some form of attachment between the wheel hub and the stationary upright part has given way here in this case, or at least come undone to some degree.
Yeah, we can see it here. The wheel hub itself is still on the car.
No, it's off. It's off. Only the brake disc is still on. I think that might have ripped out from its mounting off the wheel hub. The wheel hub part was still attached to the rim, which was attached to the tire, which came with the car.
It's amazing that the front wing still looks intact. So somehow the wheel managed to get over the wing. And, or is it also damaged a little bit, Jonas?
No, the front wing looks fine to me. It looks like the side wing is a little bit bouncy. Maybe that took the brunt of the impact. But yeah, we have an exposed drivetrain here, so that also means maybe a little bit of oil or other lubricant made it out onto the track.
Meanwhile, the super quick car of Prague has launched like a rocket from the starting line. This is their, it says the 4th attempt, but they had a rerun, so this is the first run of the second driver. And I'll be looking closely to the sector times, because this might be good.
I'm not sure they had a rerun, but yes, at least the timing sheet doesn't say so. It looks like their 4th and final run.
No, they definitely had a rerun.
Okay, then it's not showing on the... I see the problem now. It does say rerun, but it's green, not red. There we are.
Their second sector is not their quickest yet, so the second driver still needs to get up to speed in order to match the lap time of the first driver. But of course he has a second run, hopefully still left. Wow, I see sparks flying as the front wing hits the tarmac. Literal sparks coming off the car. And it was a 76.7, so they already match their previous run, even better it by a tenth. That's a good sign because he still has a second run. Also, Bird is looking very quick. Their sector 2 time was 37.2, almost matching the Prague time. So we are looking at potentially a sub 80 for Bird. I said potentially, I was half a second off. 80.5.
Last time it was 2 seconds, so
you're improving, Matthias, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, practice makes perfect.
It's not about just going faster, it's also about getting smarter. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the hold up is. We have Václav. Oh, no, sorry, we're recovering somebody. What happened, Mickey?
It's, I think, the car from Athens, Prom Racing. That's the only one which seems to be on track right now, following our live timing. I'm not sure, it might be that they are being pushed away. Is that the one you were referring to?
Yeah, that's towards the exit right at the end of the paddock. That's the closest one there.
And that was also their first attempt. So immediately after making it not even halfway through the lap, they came to a halt.
Yeah, the front right is broken. Wheel still attached, so not quite as bad as Regensburg. But yeah, one of, I think, 7 or 8 suspension failures that we've seen out here on track now. My best guess would be that this is just down to the heat of the day combined with the absolute pummeling that this track can really put out onto your car.
Yes, and there's so much grip. Remember a couple of hours ago there was so much dust out on track. We could see the dust being kicked up by the tires. But now that as a lot of cars have driven already, the dust has been cleared and the grip is there. The heat is still there. Tires are getting warm, so there's so much grip out there that it will hurt the suspension sometimes. There you have it.
Now the track is clear for Wrocław though.
Yeah, they had 83 as the best lap time for the first driver. So will they get close to the 80-second barrier? I think we'll find out after the first lap of the second driver how quickly he can get up to speed.
Immediately looking fast. This is their final run, if I can tell. Yeah, that's correct. So this is the second driver, the second run. Already in the first sector doing an 11.6, which would put them on below the Prague team, their previous Prague time. So that's already quite an improvement from them.
That's even the best first sector of everyone. Also, Wrocław is heading for 80 seconds. I think they are 2 seconds quicker than their previous run. So that is looking
also the second sector, Matthias, is looking very, very good indeed. The best of the day. So this should be very interesting if they can keep it clean. I'm really looking forward to this last part of the track from the Prague team. Wow, very impressive.
How they drive though, it's interesting to compare the Prague performance to the Munich car. This really looks like a very strong driving compared to Munich. Last couple of corners now and across the line, what does the time say?
72.9 for the Prague team. An improvement of half a second over the Zurich team. Absolutely smashing it. Their second sector was almost a second quicker than Zurich, so they did lose a little bit in the last sector, but extremely nice driving from the Prague driver. It was amazing to see.
Extremely impressive showing from Prague. Not something that we would have expected based on their performance in the Olympic so far. This is definitely their outstanding result compared to the other dynamic events.
Talking about outstanding results, Eichel just came in with a 78.6 on the first attempt of the second driver, and they're immediately going for a second attempt, and also their final attempt.
Nürnberg through the horseshoe now, coming back for what must be one of their last runs. Yeah, the third one indeed.
Launched again on track, unfortunately clipping a cone in the third corner driver. Just was a little bit too aggressive in that corner, but definitely pushing.
Yeah, clipping a bit more cones as well. I'm counting 3 to 4 cones immediately in the first part of the track, so whatever happens to Eindhoven, this will not be a huge amount of points, although the time is very quick, 12.1 in the first sector, only 4 tenths behind the amazing time of Prague.
Yeah, crazy quick. The Eindhoven car, they're also only 2 seconds off in the second sector, so this might be maybe 77 or 76 even for Eindhoven. I also see that Zurich is back to reclaim their first spot after Prague was moved to it. And off they go is the Zurich car, number 33.
Yeah, they will be chasing after the times from Prague and Munich, of course. They want that top step back. Also in Autocross, so well in the other disciplines already.
Well, there you have it, 11.284, which is the best first sector time for an AMZ. So this is the first lap of the second driver.
Yeah, that means this is 1/10. There's going to be one more right after that. So watch out for the AMZ times going forward here.
And the second driver for NZ is called Duam Badu. And he's angry, I feel like, because he's just smashing the lap times as of now, and this is just his first rally, so I'm very curious what this lap will be and if he can even improve more in the second lap.
Already 1/10 faster in the second sector, as their best time at Prague, so 33.1. Although they clipped the cone, 2 cones even, so coming into the slingshot, onto the straight and into the final chicane, that's a very impressive time. Yeah, it's a 72.1. Wow. But yeah, we did see a couple of cones, so let's see whether this driver can keep the 4th and final run clean.
Yeah, 8/10 faster than the time from Prague, but 2 cones is at least 4 seconds. So Prague de facto is still ahead if their run was good. Navigating the horseshoe now. There were a little bit of scrape and banging noises coming probably from their front wing. They crossed the line with a 84.21. So improvement they did not manage with their second driver. Their third one is still the fastest for the day.
Zurich is so quick around the first corners, but unfortunately clipping a cone in the third corner, so that is already a 2-second penalty.
Yeah, he did manage to improve the first sector time by 5 100ths. But yeah, the 2 seconds from that cone already make that almost for the top step. We have a car stationary.
Yes, exactly, and Zurich is coming up to that section now, where I think it's Seattle, Washington. So Washington is stationary. Yeah, there you have it. Yellow flags for the
Yellow.
yeah, not green, yellow. The other yellow tracks.
The other yellow.
Yes.
Yeah, they were fully discharged. Was Seattle. So yeah, they were never going to recover in time. Fully justified for to get a rerun.
Yeah, and I think this team from Washington had a lot of issues with their battery. I think getting it late through customs, building the car, getting through scrutineering at the very last moment. So still a good achievement from them to be able to compete here, but you know, the preparation is not ideal for sure.
No, we did not see a result from them in any other dynamic discipline. Nevertheless, they make it across the finish line now and at least manage to set a time 1-2-3 point something. Must be driven by Dingus, Bob or Plum. So yeah, thank you for those driver name information pieces.
And actually Zurich, I think, got lucky. You know, they hit that cone at the very beginning, so now the driver can try again and see if he can improve without hitting a cone. Of course, we'll have to wait for a few cars. We have Padovan now at the line. Also, Renteam is waiting, Chalmers is waiting, and Zurich also lining up for their final run. So exciting. I see the car with no rear wing, that is Bochum, making its way.
Yeah, indeed, slowly but surely we've broken into the last hour of the Autocross now. And like Mickey alluded to earlier, the gambling has begun in the queue.
Yes, for sure. This is the golden hour as well, because the sun has gone away, so the temperature is dropping just a little bit, but the track is also cleaner and cleaner and a lot more grip, and also a lot more suspension failures as well. So that means that there's a lot of grip by now. But then again, the attrition rate is quite high, Jonas.
Yeah.
A lot of cars not finishing even one lap without any mechanical failures.
Such might be the case for Bochum, actually. We saw them go into the hairpin, but then I think from our view they disappeared behind the shed in front of the outfield to infield transition.
Yeah, I can see them being pushed away by the marshals. So definitely something wrong with the car which cannot be fixed by the driver. So we'll have to wait a little bit with a whole armada of cars here before the track is clear and Bochum is off the track.
Yeah, and I said Zurich was lucky, unfortunately, and now the tires are cooling down a little bit. But the air temperature is more than 30 degrees, so it shouldn't be that bad.
I couldn't spot any suspension calamities for Bochum, at least not from the left-hand side. So let's hope that they still manage to set a time later on. This was only their first run for today.
Padova coming to a halt.
Yeah, they clipped a couple of cones at the very least. I think I see one or two out of position, but they got going again. They keep slowing down though. Out of the corners, they do not have any acceleration. Now they're more or less coasting along the grandstand. They're dragging around one cone under the front wing as well. So yeah, this is not going to be a competitive time from them this time around. This was, of course, the 5th run of the day, while their first one was a it's always really difficult to see that section for us here. I can't quite make use of the camera equipment that was set up for race control specifically here this year. But yeah, this looks like not great pace for them to finish the lap here on time. Zurich being held longer than usual for exactly that reason, in the interest of not having to grant them yet another rerun.
And away they go. Super quick to that first kick. This time keeping it clean and the one to the left. So this might be good. Improving, no, actually not slightly slower in the first sector, but only by a few, 1/100th of a second, so should be fine. And we know that a lot of time can be gained in the final sector, so that's what it's going to go down to.
Next up, Renteam is back out on the track, also vying for that top spot. They're currently the 5th fastest that we've seen out on track here today. It looks like they've come back with their second driver for the 3rd run.
Zurich is clean, and they have the best second sector of the day. So this is quite promising. So far, nothing that I can see is wrong with the car or any cones. Into the horseshoe and into the slingshot. Oh, very aggressive driving, but such a quick, and they just clipped 2 cones. The moment I said it, the car clipped 2 cones. Very impressive time, 72.0, but unfortunately 2 cones.
Yeah, it's always those 2 cones for Zurich on the Autocross here today, it seems like. But now we have still Renteam to watch, and Chalmers, maybe that was just the track slowing down. I thought they were slowing down.
No, I think they will slow down because their second sector is, well, a lot slower than what they were driving before. So I think it could be true that they had some hiccup somewhere. Renteam, meanwhile, is 74.6. Yep. That is not
but still, first run of the second driver is as fast as the second run of the first. Every time I hear that scrape from Chalmers, I worry about their front wing. They've been hitting that on the ground quite frequently here. They look pretty rapid here in the last couple of corners. What does the time say?
It's an 80.4, but I wouldn't be so surprised if they had issues somewhere because the previous driver did a 74.4 and the second driver is now exiting the queue, so probably something not quite as he wanted.
Yeah, we might have an on-track situation where Turin has fallen silent, pulled off, but they are right in the firing line coming out of the corner, so I would expect, yes indeed, yellow flags are out for Esslingen. That will be a rerun from their first showing here at Autocross. I really would have expected a team to leave it this late, especially not at Esslingen's caliber.
And the first driver of Esslingen is Christoph Höfer, and his nickname is apparently Grumpy Princess. I'm not sure if he will be grumpy about the yellow flag, as it only helps.
We will have an issue here with 2 cars being slow and Renteam being extremely fast. Yeah. So they need to get a go on Esslingen and Turin, because Renteam is coming with a vengeance and they're coming quite fast. Yeah, let's hope the driver of Turin anticipates. This will be very, very tight. Yeah, get a go on, get a go on, get a go on.
They will just make it. No yellow flags for Renteam. Yeah, that was pretty close. They did manage to improve slightly compared to the 3rd run, but aren't quite as fast as the first run from the first driver, unfortunately. Yeah, we see Marshall's running for a 2-digit car number, if I'm not mistaken. That must be Amberg Weiden. They already had issues in there with their first driver here at Autocross. They got going again, but man, I really feel for them. The first Autocross run that they were on here earlier today looked wicked fast, and they've had nothing but issues since then. Falling silent again on the Nordkurve section.
And then in the queue, so first we will launch Esslingen for what is then effectively still their first run. Then Turin, then I think Southampton, then Delft, and then 399, which, top of my head, is high-speed Karlsruhe.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right with that. So yeah, still a busy queue. We have 3 cars ready, waiting, and yeah, Amberg Weiden still snaking their way towards the outfield to infield transition again. Yeah, this not being a competitive time, given that they've again had to come to a complete standstill, and it looks like they're having to discharge their attractive system. So it could be related to accumulator or the power electronics inside the car, whatever issue they're carrying.
Yeah, you could see the driver kind of like smashing, well, not really hard, the steering wheel, so a bit frustrated, I understand. I guess he knows what's up and potentially familiar issue. Got going again. This might also be the last run for him, not 100% sure.
No, they have 2 more runs in the tank, theoretically, depending on how they've managed their driver staffing. So yeah, this is particularly unfortunate for Amberg Weiden. Small consolidation price, by the way. He might have been smashing the shutdown button in the cockpit. Some teams use that to be able to recharge the high voltage part of the car.
And unfortunately they're parked again.
Right out on track.
Yeah, so the organizers will have to wait until Amberg Weiden clears the track. There's really no use to push now on track. It will cause a lot more errors in the system. But anyway, they're waiting for the Amberg Weiden car to finish, and then releasing Rennstall, Esslingen.
Oof, I think they're carrying an issue.
Yeah, they are stuttering.
Indeed, maybe lacking a few front motors or something. Because this does not look as quick as I would expect them.
Sliding out of the corner right in front of the transition grandstand as well, so that's 2 cones collected already. Yeah, I think this is also just going to be an expeditionary run for the Esslingen driver.
Next up we have Delft. They're making their way to the starting area. This is Max, the second driver, Max Kappert, or they also call him Max Rachert. Let's see if he can improve on the previous time for Delft. They had some issues, I think, with their motors in the second run of the first driver, so let's see if they can get it all together.
Yeah, ample space to Turin. Delft is being released for their 3rd run. They're looking to improve from an 80.64. So yeah, looking to break into the magical sub-80s.
They're second over in the first sector. Of course, there's the first run on the second driver. Keep a closer look on the second sector as well. Meanwhile,
we have yellow flags for Delft in the hairpin. I wonder who fell silent there.
I think it's Turin again, because I think Rennstall Esslingen just went across the line, so it looks like Turin felt silent just behind the wall that we can see from here. So. Looks like the Delft car is being guided just past the stationary car of Turin.
Yeah, and
they will.
Sorry, I would expect Southampton to be held here at the green flag for just a touch longer, given that Turin only just now got going again and is clearly not as fast as when they started the lap anymore. Esslingen also having to wait behind Southampton for their rerun.
Delft also going at least in this run for the in then the more difficult exit on the slalom, which I think almost all the drivers are doing. Good thing I'm not driving this, I would have done the other way around.
Now we have Southampton out on track. This must be their third run, so they've installed their second driver in the car. And Esslingen is also about to join us on track.
Yeah, and Southampton actually had a pretty decent time of an 89.2 in their second run of the first driver. And bless you, Jonas. It is a very silent car from Southampton. I almost thought this was going to track. And as I said, that Esslingen is launched again, so this is the second run of the first driver. They of course had a rerun in their first attempt, and they will definitely be looking to improve their time a bit.
Yeah, not seeing that stuttering issue that we were talking about in the first run anymore, so let's hope that they can really make something out of this. Southampton collecting a couple of cones here in the section just ahead of the slalom. They've slowed down significantly. So yeah, also the second driver carrying some sort of issue in the car that's not allowing him to push all the way.
They're a bit quicker Esslingen, but still quite similar pace as their previous lap, so not improving that much. While I say that Delft is launched again for the first attempt of the second driver, as they just had a rerun.
Yeah, Delft already with a cone, so not a clean run to start with, but hey, remember it's still technically the first run of the second run.
The first sector was good. It was only 6/10 off, 7/10 I should say, of the top time. So that's a good indication.
Nail-biting finish here again between Esslingen and Southampton. Esslingen clipping one cone in the horseshoe, but Southampton managed to clear the finish line just in time for Esslingen to not get yellow flags again.
Meanwhile, Delft 2 seconds off in the second sector. So that would indicate to me that they're heading for a 76-77 lap time for the first attempt of the second lap, which is Max Kappert, of course.
Munich got the green flag, but is driving walking pace out onto the track. This is not looking good for them. Hope that they pull out the track so that the car behind Southampton can go for their run. Delft across the line.
Oh, it's a 75.6, so they found a lot of pace still in the last sector. They were 2 seconds behind on the second sector, but only lost out 1 second at the end, so this is looking promising for them.
High-speed Karlsruhe now managing the last couple of corners across the finish line. This was their third run, and they managed to, no, not improve on their fastest run so far just yet.
And it is busy in the dynamics area. We have Southampton lined up, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars being ready to drive and ready to make their way on the autocross.
Yeah, right behind Hampton, I think we will release Delft and UAS Karlsruhe for their successive runs. I see some marshals running out on track. That must be cones being re-erected for what is Munich. They seem to have picked up the pace a little bit compared to the barely walking pace that they had in the first couple of corners here. Yeah, Southampton again being held quite a bit at the green flag before being released now in the interest of not running into UAS Munich on their last run of the day, I believe. Holding at the green flag to clear enough space, enough of a gap to Southampton. They are now navigating through the hairpin, and it looks like Delft got the green flag for their last run of the day. passed the section where they collected a cone on the previous run of this driver. So trying to keep it clean for the rest of the run as well, I hope.
Not an improvement on the first sector for the Delft car, but only 1/10 slower, so shouldn't affect too much. And you know, all the time is lost and won in the final sector mostly.
Yeah, UAS Karlsruhe also released out onto track again for their last run of the day, but I already see Marshall running for at least one cone, so this might not be the
And I think Delft is going slow, so that looks like they have an issue again. Got started again, so maybe just resetting the motors and off they go. But that will probably not be enough. High-speed Karlsruhe is flying, as I say, corner. Flying too much. Completely missed that corner, outbraked himself by a margin.
Delft lost the line, but yeah, based on the stoppage that they had out on track and the cones that they collected in the last couple of corners, at least 2 or 3 that I saw tumbling there, this is not going to be an improvement at all. Coming up on the finish line now is high-speed Karlsruhe.
Yeah, it's not an improvement on their best time, but also they had a little excursion there in the middle of the track. So this is best time will still be a 76.9 for them.
Yeah, Tallinn is back on track. Aggressive, already in the first couple of meters of the track. Just looking at Tallinn, somehow we don't get a first section time from Tallinn.
Sometimes it's a bit flaky due to the heat.
Yeah, we've been battling with overheating time equipment here all week in the dynamics already, even though the sun is sort of fading behind some clouds.
But I remember the last time we had it was also in Tallinn, so it's probably a combination of Tallinn and the heat or something, because last time we didn't get a sector time, it was the same idea. But the second sector is there, which is at 34.9, which is quite decent.
Yeah, and I do remember commenting about Tallinn's driving style. This looks a little bit more aggressive than the first driver. It's still nicely in control. They're coming up on the last couple of corners.
You see that slingshot? Driver got it into oversteer, just floored it and made a whole drift onto the straight. Beautiful driving by the Tallinn driver.
Yeah, 75.495, which is very good for their third run. They got another one coming, so that might be interesting for the top 5 positions for the final 5 in the end.
Yeah, interesting for recovery of the car. Could be a 343. Constance again having an issue out on track. If I remember correctly, in their first run they were also pushed off of the track involuntarily. They have a DNF in the timing sheet for sure. And again, they're probably heading for exactly the same exit that they went out of before.
Indeed, you're right. Their first attempt was DNF. I also had a feeling it was something mechanically related, so too bad for them that they can't do it properly on the second attempt.
D-Pulse is waiting at the green flag for Constance to be cleared away, I believe. And then we have Tallinn and Ulm waiting for their consecutive runs, as well as Hannover, car number 1492, and Vienna waiting, ready in the queue already.
Now, in the meantime, the clock is ticking. We have 38 minutes left in this Autocross 2026. Still a couple of cars in the queue, so with any luck, we might be able to get through them. But if you are not in the queue and you want to drive the Autocross, I would suggest you come here as soon as possible.
Yeah, usually we can of course accommodate multiple cars out on track, but we've also seen, there is scraping noises. Who is spinning out? That is a 2-digit number. Or maybe I'm looking wrong.
Yeah,
I think that was Tallinn.
oh no.
No, I don't think so.
No?
That's the wrong livery.
It's either
okay, then it's maybe
defaults or Tallinn.
Yeah,
Oh,
yellow
Bodensee,
flags for Tallinn for
maybe,
sure.
maybe Bodensee, Constance? No, they were out.
I see Tallinn driving, so by exclusion, it's default dynamics.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, that was the first spin I think we saw in that section here today. We have had a couple of spins in different areas of the track. Based on the noise, though, that might be another suspension failure. Mickey is investigating with the binoculars.
Yeah, this is both a good and a bad thing for Tallinn. Of course, they get another attempt, so the driver is a bit more in the rhythm. But this lap was already promising to be very good. They improved their second sector by a second, so they were definitely improving. Hopefully, the driver can replicate this speed in his next attempt.
Yeah, bad news for Deepholes. The right rear seems to have failed. So depending on how they have handled their driver strategies here, this was their second attempt. They might still have a driver in the bag, but I don't think they will be able to fix, re-scrutineer and join the autocross queue just in time in the last 35 minutes. So I'm afraid this is the last that we've seen of Deepholes here in the autocross.
On the track, this is their second attempt. They had a first attempt, which was more on the slow end, 90 seconds. They seem to have an issue and exited immediately. This is their second attempt, but it doesn't look as if they have solved all their issues, because clearly the car is a bit low on power when it was accelerating here on the straight. And slowly coming, no, it's still driving, but I would say arguably quite slow. They are hitting some power or speed limits, is the old car.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is temperature related, to be honest. We've had that from multiple cars already out here on track today. Tallinn is back out, hopefully for a fast run this time around. They had a rerun from before.
Yeah, and I'll keep a close look on the sector times, because they were improving a lot. I'm not sure if they can quite challenge the time from Zurich and Prague, but they are up there.
Coming up towards the green flag is Budapest. A brief look into the queue. We will have Hannover, car number 92, and 3 more cars joining us pretty soon.
And unfortunately, Tallinn driver, his sector time was slightly slower than his previous run, which was a rerun. Let's hope for him that he can do a very quick last sector of the track. But it is still an improvement on his previous run, so they are going strong.
Little wiggle from Tallinn, to be honest, coming out of Broken Dreams, and a big slide out of the exit of the horseshoe. Again, drifting onto the last straightaway. This is really impressive driving, to be honest, and across the line.
And across the line in a 75.1, so that is an improvement, but only 3/10. So good performance by the driver, very consistent. But 3 seconds off of the best time. Yes, indeed, there was Hanover that also made its way. We didn't quite see it. Horsepower Hanover 101. What seems to be their their third run. So this is the first run of the second driver, probably. Which should be Patrick Kolga in the horsepower Hanover car.
First run of the first driver from Bath, according to our sheet here. I haven't seen it today. So yeah, good on them, getting a run in the last 30 minutes of this session still.
Meanwhile, in the Budapest car, it's the first run of the second driver. I had his name on the screen and then it disappeared. And it is David Fulop, and I probably mispronounced it.
Yeah, those accents are always difficult, so please forgive us. We are trying our best here. Now we have two British cars out on track. Oxford Brooks is joining us. I think Bath has lost some momentum compared to the vigorous launch that we saw from right from the green flag position. They are back on the infield, but not quite as fast as I think they would like to see their car go.
Hanover, meanwhile, 95.7, not quite matching the first lap time of the first driver. So either there is an issue or he's just getting to the lead.
Wien back out with their very nervous looking car, really not quite deciding which direction it wants to go into the front corner. Bit of a shippy going on there.
They're curious how they will do. This driver is Chris, and this is their most experienced driver.
Team Bath is doing a 106.18. We will have Oxford Brooks coming also to the infield in slalom. Also not getting real pace out of the car for now. But there you have it, the proper British battle.
Yeah, and currently, I think it's Southampton that has the best lap time of the British teams with an 89.2.
Oxford, I've got bad news in the meantime, so it's falling silent out on track. You can finish your timing. Oxford Brooks rolling, like coasting up to the finish line, barely making it across. They carried the issue.
And still they were faster than Team Bath, so 103.9 versus 106.18.
We seem to be collecting issues out on track. Hannover coming to a standstill right behind the timing plan from our vantage point here. They knocked loose at least 3 cones here coming up to the slalom and are stationary right now. So I would imagine, I would have imagined that Hock Göttingen would have been held at the green flag for just a little bit longer before they are recovered. Hannover has gotten moving again, fortunately. So I think it was Bath was starting or making their way towards the out to infield transition and would have otherwise caught up to them pretty quickly.
At the starting line, we have the car from Mannheim making actually their first attempt with their driver Paul. Very silent car, missing a few cones here on the inside at the first corner. The car from Mannheim cruising its way onto the Autocross track for their first run of the day.
Yes, and we have the team from Linköping coming up to the line from Sweden. I've actually visited the town, so that's why I sort of remembered how to pronounce it. But if not, I apologize to the Swedes. Anyway, Union Bath coming again at the
with a 96.9.
Yeah.
So at the moment, it looks like Southampton is still arguably the best UK team.
Maybe the fastest, the best we'll leave up to the viewers to decide. Hawk across the line with a 103.3. Looks like they were not really able to were instead carrying some sort of issue in the car that caused them to slow down quite significantly.
Dortmund indeed. Didn't they have some kind of suspension failure at some point? At the very beginning? Their first attempt was a DNF. So does someone remember what happened with them? They are going pretty quick. I'm not sure which driver this is. My guess would be it's the second driver, which is Dustin Reinhardt on the Dortmund car. Mannheim, meanwhile, across the line in 1:18.2. They are deciding not to go for a second run.
Waiting at the green flag now is Sevilla. I'm also trying to cast my eyes into the queue. We have Bath, the 6-7 car, ready to drive. Car number 1, 2, 3 as well. Behind that is Washington. And we have 3 more cars in the pre-inspection queue. That is Esslingen, Ghent, and Abergweiden is back.
Sorry, Jonas, I'll interrupt you. Dortmund just did a 76.5 with their driver, so this might actually be the first driver that did his second run. Super impressive time by them. And also, our friends from Linköping actually improved by a lot with an 86.1.
And Bath, in the meantime, at the starting line, not ready to relinquish the title of arguably best UK team. So they will definitely try to beat Southampton with a proper lap time.
Yeah, because somehow they got a rerun somewhere, didn't quite spot it. But they have quite some time to make up in order to beat Southampton. They need to have sub 90 seconds, which means they need to go 16 seconds quicker than their current lap time.
Yeah, maybe Matthias, they should tell the driver to shave off 16 seconds of their lap time.
I think that sounds feasible.
Sevilla falling still on track, but they're getting going. As Ostfalia gets the green flag.
A lot of understeer here in the first corner. Driver had to wait about a minute before the car got turned. Hopefully with a bit warmer tires, gets a bit rid of the understeer. And I think it's the second driver in the WOP racing car, which should be Patrick Trapp, nicknamed Pat Pat. Sevilla across the line with a 100.8 seconds lap time, which is not an improvement for them. Right, let's see if Bath listened to our advice. They had quite a delta on the second sector time. And actually, they did a 93.9, so they went 13 seconds quicker than their first lap.
We should have told them 16 after. That's on us, I guess.
WOP Racing, meanwhile, across the line in 80.5. That is not an improvement for them, but they do get a second run for the second driver, of course. I wasn't sure it was the fourth attempt, but somewhere along the line they got a rerun.
Sevilla out on track again, one of the Mediterranean teams that is being cheered on, but to no avail. They've fell silent at the into-outfield track transition. They're off again, Sevilla now in the Nordkurve. Washington had a little moment here coming out of the slalom. I think the driver just outbraked himself, collected a couple of poles, and again locking up the wheels as he drives across the finish line.
Yeah, the car looks actually quite quick visibly, but it only results in a 102.2 for them. We have a bit of an odd situation where Washington stopped just across the finish line, but they got going again, so no drama. No one will have to wait. WOP Racing increasing, going extremely quick now. They have a very quick first sector, a lot quicker than their previous lap actually. so they might well get into the 70s. And the question is, how low can you go?
Yeah, we have a stationary car at the Nordkurve section, unfortunately.
And I might have changed it.
Yeah, Sevilla is making their way across the finish line just now. Who is it, Mickey?
Yeah, it must be WOP Racing. There's no other car on track because Sevilla is here finishing just in front of us with a 97 on the dot, which is not an improvement for them, but no, they do not opt for another run.
Yeah, we are marveling at what might have happened with Ostfalia. Of course, the grandstands have the advantage over us in that particular track section. This is literally as far as it gets away from us. We think it might be related to the rear suspension, but then again, we're not seeing any dollies being readied for recovery just yet. We still have Amberg-Weiden waiting at the green flag, probably for Ostfalia to be cleared. Then I see Gent waiting for being motioned towards the green flag behind Amberg-Weiden, as well as car number 97 behind Gent.
Yeah, so the WOP Racing incident doesn't seem to be a suspension problem, but more electric problem related. I did see one of the marshals with the rubber gloves pushing some buttons, and now it looks like the car is safe to be touched and being pushed away by the marshals.
Yeah, that's of course a little bit of extra delay. We have just under 20 minutes remaining here in the Autocross, but then again I also only see 5 or 6 maybe coming up in the back of the queue, more cars that might be coming up here for a run pretty soon.
Yeah, we have Amberg-Weiden lined up. They were filled with issues during their runs, car constantly stopping, but it looked quite quick, so fingers crossed, let's pray together that this time they can chain one fast lap together without any stoppages. Unfortunately, they did hit a cone in the first corner, becoming a bit of a classic. It's of course called the cone killer chicane for a reason. Gent on track, they had a 190.5 on their first attempt, but then opted not to go for a second run. So they might have had issues, fixed it and came back. Let's see if they can improve. Meanwhile, Amberg-Weiden is a bit off the pace. Their second sector was 4 seconds off the best one, but it might still be looking good for a sub-80 time for them.
They'll be followed by Landshut, another one of the Ninja cars, extremely quiet, very black livery. I'm still seeing UAS Munich in the queue, as well as Boxhammer 69 returning, as well as Washington, and I think Lisboa again.
And across the line goes Amberg-Weiden with a 79.98. So I quite accurately called it to have it in sub-80 time. The driver goes to the exit, so this is probably either the first or the second driver's second attempt. They had quite a few issues, so I think they'll be very happy that they finally get a lap on the board, and a pretty good one as well.
Car 97 is stopped on track, we're hearing via the radio. That must be Landshut. They got going again, just barely.
Gent is not improving on their first lap that they set a little earlier today. Maybe they kept all the pace from the last sector. This is a 102.4, so in fact this is a significant improvement over their previous lap, so they might have had an issue in the final sector. And the driver is going for
another failure. That's Landshut with a tire off the rim, if my eyes don't deceive me. I think the rear right has slipped off its mountings. Oh, instead of a tire failure, it is suspension failure by the looks of it. Yeah, we're just trying to investigate via our handy-dandy binoculars. Of course, the car is surrounded by officials. But yeah, that sound was not good. There were multiple parts of the car grinding across the ground.
Yeah, luckily for them, they already had a lap time on the board, so at least they have that. Of course, shame to see a mechanical failure. Hopefully, they can still fix it and be here on time for endurance. But it doesn't look too catastrophic from a distance.
Yeah, suspension failure though can be deceiving. The tire, in fact, was fine, at least by the looks of it. But yeah, rear right suspension, we can't quite tell which one of the rods. But depending on which one lets go, you can have car rotating parts contacting stationary parts, and that can be quite destructive. So I really hope for Landshut that they manage to get this fixed for the endurance tomorrow morning.
I think that's Gent back on track, quite a bit quicker than what they were doing before. So either they were running with an issue initially, and as I say, I think they hit the issue again because now suddenly they're going significantly slower than their first corners, even coming to a halt.
Shouldn't have said anything. Good thing that Hamburg was still waiting at the green flag when that happened to Gent. So now we can probably wait with releasing Hamburg until Gent has either gotten going again or has been cleared out of the way the same way that Landshut has.
Yeah, and Hamburg had a very impressive driverless track drive this morning, but they have not done a run yet today here on Autocross. I can barely believe it.
Yeah, that's really lucky for them. They're now well within the last 15 minutes of Autocross here for this day. Of course, tomorrow only the endurance remains, and Autocross determines the running order for that. So without a time set, Hamburg would have had to drive as one of the first cars.
Yeah, and Gent, meanwhile, coming to a stop again, maybe just to have a look at the Landshut car.
They did manage to get going just into the infield, but yeah, 2 stoppages in one run. That's really unfortunate to see. Again, still carrying an issue even with the second driver in the car.
Yeah, and it's a shame for them because they went very quickly in the first corner, so clearly there is some pace in that car, but they did not get the chance to properly show it to us.
Oh, another issue. Hamburg just got going and had to re-enable the ready-to-drive mode in the car right here in the first corner immediately after the green flag. Coming to a stop again in front of the grandstands where the VW tower used to be. And yeah, Gent is being wheeled off the track. They did not seem to be able to get going again. Hamburg as well, again, falling still on the Nordkurve section now. That means UAS Munich is going to be held at the green flag for just a little while longer. We have 3 other cars waiting behind them. That is Washington, Lisboa, I believe. No, that's not DHBW Stuttgart. Another neon striped car. Wien is returning, and behind the mystery neon car, I can't read the car number.
Yeah, I think the one you confuse with Stuttgart is Dortmund, who set an extremely impressive lap time just 10 minutes ago. So we're curious to see what they can do. Hamburg still making their way, often coming to a stop, which is such a shame because they did so well on the driverless disciplines.
Yeah, they're really trolling the recovery teams here today. stopping every 50 meters or so and then just getting going again.
That might also be the reason why they're here so late. Maybe they had some kind of issue that they tried to fix, and at some point, of course, you have to go into the queue. But it looks like they haven't quite fixed whatever issue they were having.
No, it looks like the high voltage is discharged now. I'm not sure if that was already the case in the other stoppages. It was definitely not the case in the very first one. So whatever issue they are carrying might have compounded or gotten worse. This is stationary a lot longer than they used to be before.
Munich Motorsport, meanwhile, is here at the starting line. They also already had an eventful Autocross. Their first run, they had some issue. Second run, they did get quite a decent time on the board with 86.2, but I do feel like the team has ambition to beat that time, and who knows, they can go sub 80 on this Autocross.
Bad news for Hamburg. The officials have laid their hands on the car. The timer clearly having elapsed for what the officials are willing to grant them in terms of recovery time. They are going to be joining Landshut at a somewhat safe place here in the infield. That should now enable UAS Munich to be released out onto the track. We have just about 10 minutes to try and get through, including Munich. 8 cars that I see in the queue so far. That might be cutting it pretty close. Of course, a small word on procedure. No, I will switch to saying something about Munich. Just as Hamburg, they were released by the green flag and immediately discharged and coasted to a halt here in the first straightaway.
On the rear wing it says good boy. I'm not sure if the team agrees with that anymore. Lisbon had a suspension failure, but managed to got back to the dynamic area, and they even managed to repair it, and they're back on the starting line.
Yeah, maybe it was a Suspaniard that fixed that one. Yeah, they were just released out onto the track. Munich now being recovered by the officials as well, so no valid run from them. Lisboa out on track. This looks pretty swift.
Yeah, they were pretty quick, but it looks like they're immediately broken again. We heard something scrape the ground, so that might indicate a suspension failure, and the carbon, the wings and the floor scraping over the ground. I hear Mickey saying it was the same issue. Was it also on the front right, or no, front rear? Rear right.
Yeah, I'm really beginning to think about Hagrid in the Harry Potter movies. I shouldn't have said anything. This is really looking like there is something in the air that the suspension doesn't like. Of course, it's been insanely hot here the last 3 days. That is something that the glued connections that are present in most of the suspension systems here really don't like. The carbon gets extremely hot when it's standing in the sun here. You can easily burn yourself just putting your hand on the wings of these cars, but yeah, something is really causing a lot of rear suspension failures, especially in the Autocross here today. Yeah, of course, for Lisbon, this is especially painful because they already had a track rod failure on the rear earlier here today. It looks like they are carrying a lot more damage this time around. I really hope we will see them in the endurance tomorrow.
Seattle on its way again. Actually, I feel like it's a really quick car, but they haven't quite gotten a clear lap together. Their best is a 102.2, but I do feel there's a bit more in that car. And
also back. for their fourth run, potentially last of the day. They're looking to improve an 81.209. I hope that was code-free, because that's a pretty decent time for me.
Yeah, and since then they have not managed to improve. Clearly we're in some kind of issue, because they were 10 seconds off the pace, so oh, but this is a lot quicker. They already improved on the first sector, so Jena is speeding up. But Dortmund, they had an extremely impressive time of a 75 just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, this is only their second run of the day. I don't think they'll have time to put a second driver in the car anymore. The session will close before that. It's feasible. But I'm still looking forward to see what this guy can do. Wien slides out in a corner that we've seen suspension failures and other penalties. And Washington falls silent in the last couple of corners before the straightaway that leads towards the finish line. Wien might get lucky here if they manage to catch up to this. No, Washington got going again. Otherwise, they would have been able to recover this with a yellow flag rerun. Washington across the line, and the driver again outbraking himself and collecting a cone here in the runoff area. Of course, even though it's not part of the track anymore, any and all cones are set out on the infield here count.
Yeah, and Dortmund is flying. They improved their time in the sectors already by more than a second, so did the driver carry the speed onto the last sector as well. It looks clean on the last corners. And it is a 74.8 for them.
That is rapid. The driver is super chuffed with that. The team cheering from the viewing area. So well done, Dortmund. Really putting on a show here in the last 5 minutes of the Autocross. Thank you. Ulm out on track, looking a little bit twitchy and not really all that stable, if I'm being honest. They are on their fourth run of the day, but do not manage to improve as far as I can tell. They have one more run, and the drivers immediately queuing up. Schanzer out on track by themselves at the moment. Ulm already shown the green flag. They can join for their last run of the day. Also coming to the green flag now is Hamburg returning. I also see Bochum coming back. They fell silent out on track and had to be recovered. And I also see Aachen as well as a couple of other cars, Esslingen among them, trying to join here in the last minutes of the Autocross.
That's going to be super tight for Aachen, I think. They do still have 3 minutes left.
They have first run advantage as well, so they might make it for just one run.
Are you sure? They already did a run, no?
They did?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay, never mind. Aachen got moving though, team members cheering them on. They might just make it indeed. Bochum out on track, rear-wingless.
Spectacular driving from Ulm in the midsection, almost losing the car, but luckily the driver managed to keep it together. And some marshals running for codes.
Yeah, that was Bochum. Too much power in the first straightaway. Ulm now really heartbreaking, locking up into the last couple of corners, but across the line.
Yeah, their brake balance was super rearwards, blocking the rear tire. I saw some smoke coming from the rears, which is quite unique, I would say, in a four-wheel driven electric car. And then we have Aachen on the line. We still have 2 more minutes, and I think this is driver Bastian Quicks. So let's see how quick he is.
Huge cheers from the team. I don't think they were really expecting the car being able to run again. Of course, they squeezed in just in time.
Yeah, and they have a 76.8 to beat, which is already pretty impressive lap time. This driver does not quite match this first sector of the first driver, but all the time is the last sector.
Just in case you missed the explanation for the other events, at exactly 19:30 we'll hear a gong. Any car that hasn't got the green flag at that point will not be able to run anymore.
Aachen is improving. Their second sector is now quicker than the first driver. So this is looking good.
Esslingen also out on track, looking competitive, trying to squeeze another improvement out. We're really looking at Aachen now through the horseshoe, looking similarly nervous to the runs that we saw from them before, the last straightaway, the last couple of corners, and 73.78. Is it an improvement for them? Yes, it is. Not quite to the top of the timing sheets, but they, of course, are pushing towards the green flag position again. Only Amberg-Weiden ahead of them in terms of priority.
Actually, this was the third best team that we have seen now, so they are in the third place on this Autocross. Wow, what a finale.
And of course, this will come down to the codes that have in their run, because they will not be allowed their last one of the day. They did not get the green flag in time. The session is closed. Haags Hamburg just made it across the finish line. Esslingen is still trying to finish their run, and then Amberg-Weiden the last cars that we see out on track today.
Yeah, heartbreak for Aachen after they just had an amazing run just in time. They were not allowed to do their final run because the gong sounded indeed. They were just a few seconds too late. The driver would have loved to go for another run. He is very disappointed, but that's of course what happens if you show up so late.
Yeah, we've had an action-packed autocross session here this afternoon. It's been running for quite a while, and yeah, the gong really is there to protect everybody out here on track. It has to be done at some point. We've had ample time to run earlier in the day. That's it. I think that's cheers from Amberg-Weiden. Did they improve?
They improved with a tenth of a second, but I'm also just happy for them that they got it all together. They had some issues at the very beginning of the Autocross, cars stopping all the time, but now they finally wired up two very quick laps together.
Yeah, we saw the team members scratching their head multiple times here today, and yeah, as the rest of the track is being cleared by the officials, we still have two cars to return to the teams. I want to say a big thank you to everybody live here in the grandstands for cheering and watching us on, and also the people that are watching, playing along from home in the live stream. Thank you for being here. This has been the Autocross of FSG 2026. The results, of course, compounded with the cone penalties and other penalty charges towards the teams, will count towards the endurance running order, which will start tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody.